Bene, benvenuti, possiamo dare inizio a questa...
Welcome, and we can begin these days of studies, and so we will all stand up and pray together.
Nel nome del Padre, del Figlio e dello Spirito Santo, Padre nostro, che sei nei cieli.
The assembly is reciting Holy Father. In the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Welcome. So we can all take our seats, and we beyond the limits of one's homes, family, and brotherhood and fraternity. And so I would like to give the floor to the Dean of the Pontifical John Paul II Institute for his welcoming words. Thank you, professors, your excellencies, dear colleagues, dear students. I am deeply honored to open this conference, which is the first conference of the three that have been organized by the Institute John Paul II with the Dicastery for Family and Life and with the Rome Diocese in the year of Amoris Laetitia, and with a view to the International Meeting of Families, which will be held in June 2022. I would like to express my gratitude to the great Chancellor, His Excellency Don Vincenzo Paglia, and all those who have prepared this conference, as well as the colleagues from our university institutions who are represented here today, or who are following online. It is my wish that our international institutions be even more in connection with our institutions in Rome, in Italy, and in other countries. Your presence today is a great source of joy for me, for my colleagues, and for our students. Considering the run-up to this conference, I would like to emphasize three aspects. First of all, 3 years after Amoris Laetitia, we better understand that this document is not just the follow-up of synodal process and of Evangelii Gaudium. It must be read and it must be understood together with the two social encyclical letters of Pope Francis, Laudato Si and Fratelli Tutti. 5 years on, we can better understand the consistency of the vision of the Holy Father, his capacity to anticipate the effects of closing oneself and on selfishness, the effects on the world. We better understand his realism. If we consider the ongoing crisis, when Pope Francis convened a long synodal process on family, short after his election in 2013, it was already very clear for him that the deep-seated changes that affect families on a world level required a new impulse for the Church's mission and the mission of the theology in a dialogue with other sciences. The light of God's mercy clarifies this impetus towards care for the planet, towards justice for the poor, brotherly love and inclusiveness towards those who is faced with difficulties of any kind. This means a lot. It has a large significance for the theological understanding of the social and political vocation of families, for renewal of common living at a world level. Having read Amoris Laetitia, I appreciate greatly the choice that was made to start a theological interdisciplinary reflection, starting from paragraph 276 of the Apostolic Exhortation. So it is chapter 7 of Amoris Laetitia. It is a very personal chapter written by Pope Francis, which, unlike other chapters, it is not quite based on the outcomes of the two synodal assemblies in 2015 and 2015. Through the issue is extremely important. Theology is presented, moral theology is presented as a complex science, but it is really approachable and understandable by all parents. So this fundamental moral theology consists in supporting the rightness process in the freedom of each young human being, which presupposes that adults themselves continue to grow in a responsible freedom. Because for Pope Francis, moral theology is fundamentally pedagogy. It opens up to collective discernment in complex situations. In particular, Pope Francis dwells on two concepts, two notions that are present in the document of the Council. The family as school of humanity, a richer school of humanity, and as foundation of society. The two notions are closely intertwined in Gaudium et Spes 52, but future developments of the social thinking of the Church have developed the second aspect, so family as a foundation of society, more I also note the focus of Second Vatican Council in this paragraph 52 of Gaudium et Spes, focus on discernment, discernere aeterna a mutabilibus formis, on the Christian sense of the faithful, on the fair moral conscience of human beings, on collaboration of sacred disciplines and of other sciences. So everything is contained in this chapter, paragraph 52. And I also note that this paragraph 52 could be read as a research and teaching program of our institute, John Paul II. I do not forget that, do not neglect that this day has been organized by the chair Gaudium et Spes, whose director is my predecessor as dean of the institute, Professor Sequeli, Pierangelo Sequeli. To live beyond the borders of one's home, or to make a sense that the world and society are also our home, as the English translation says. During this day, we will address the issue of leaving one's home, an issue that is very dear to Pope Francis, and this affects not only the Church but also the family as domestic church. opening up to new social and cultural spaces, welcoming close and far away people. But we should not neglect also that in Francis' thinking, time is superior to space. So to sense that the world and society are also our home in the first place means refusing to stop the unfolding of time and history. So it is a question of space, but also of time in Pope Francis' thinking. And since in the family there are bonds that are deeply and feelings that are deeply rooted in us all, it can be the subject of all forms of conservation or iconoclasty when one tries to free oneself of complex his stories. As the Council says, a family is subject to history, and this makes us, obliges us to discern over the long time what is
in termini di famiglie. L'invitazione a superare i limiti della casa viene anche da un altro documento conciliare nell'esortazione apostolica Evangelii Gaudium. Questa chiesa in uscita è, cito, una chiesa dalle porte aperte, perché la chiesa è chiamata ad essere sempre la casa aperta del Padre. Evangelii Gaudium 46. Attraverso questo vocabolario pittorico dell'apertura e dell'uscita, dell'accoglienza e dello slancio, Francesco dispiega una teologia trinitaria. Il tema dell'apertura è legato al Padre, ma c'è il Figlio che esce e semina sempre più lontano, Evangelii Gaudium 21, e lo Spirito porta a termine questo doppio itinerario verso l'interno e l'esterno. Torno ad Amoris Laetitia 276. Per vivere abbracciare il movimento stesso di Dio, facendo attenzione a non ostacolare la grazia che non cessa di tessere relazioni fraterne tra gli esseri umani. Le famiglie devono quindi fare attenzione che nessuno incontri la freddezza di una porta chiusa, Evangelii Gaudium 47. Quindi, se i battezzati nella vita familiare sono chiamati a abitare oltre i limiti della propria casa, dobbiamo vedere in questo un sviluppo dell'ecclesiologia trinitaria che la Costituzione Lumen Gentium spiega attraverso il disegno del Padre e le missioni del Figlio e dello Spirito. Lumen Gentium, capitoli 2 e 4. Secondo punto, sarò più breve. Il progetto dell'enciclica Fratelli Tutti è quello di dispiegare la dimensione universale dell'amore fraterno. Fratelli Tutti, numero 6. Se l'amore fraterno ha una dimensione universale,
has a universal dimension, it must be present in families, even much more than conjugal love, as a source of conjugal love. To explain this universal dimension of fraternal love, Francis evokes a tension which is also fruitful, existing between local and global. The two poles, the two essential poles and that are universal fraternity and social friendship, Fratelli Tutti 142. However, these two poles in tension do not have the same weight in the same importance in the existential path of personal and collective learning of love. Francis gives primacy to the local aspect because it has something more that the global side does not have. He says the fact of being yeast or leaven to enrich, to trigger the mechanisms of subsidiarity. So the concept of social morals. Fratelli Tutti 142. The local dimension makes us walk with our feet on the ground because love starts with affective attention, caring attention to the other, which is identified with himself. And Pope Francis quotes St. Thomas in Fratelli Tutti 93, and then there is a gradual construction of greater capacity to welcome others, Fratelli Tutti 95, especially in respect of and relation to close peripheries, 97. So it is at local level that one learns to move from the union, effective union, to effective action that is involving for us. For Francis, the inclusive social friendship is the primary lever, the conditions of possibilities of a true universal opening. That is attentive to the falsification and forgeries of the universal dimension is also very important. So we cannot understand, therefore, that as a space of local proximity when one learns to give, but also to receive. So to give and receive at the same time. Families play a very important role in collective elaboration of social friendship. When we read Amoris Laetitia 276 in the light of Fratelli Tutti, and that's what I have been doing, we understand that Francis is going in depth and is deepening his reflection in an anthropological but also theological way, the link that is established in Gaudium Spes between family as a school of humanity and family as a foundation of society. Third and final point, I would like to end up this brief introduction by referring to the synodal path towards 2023. The raison d'etre of this synodal path is that significant changes are necessary as to how the Church of Jesus Christ wants to exist in the 21st century, by stressing that families must be the subject of pastoral initiatives. Amoris Laetitia gives clear indications that may favor participation of the laity, leaving more room in the church to the experience of fraternal love within families, and his impact on sensus fidei. So the experience of fraternal love does have an impact on sensus fidei. There is no juxtaposition between practice and faith. And so the virtue of love is important. While for centuries the main motivation of marriage was to give birth to offsprings that could secure the old age and that could help the passing on of assets. Young people now seem to be more motivated by the desire to create through the family that they wish to found, an interactive micro ecology that takes care of the planet and that creates human relations that are more inclusive towards minorities and towards the neglected by history. Theologians cannot ignore this decent desire of sensing that the world and society are also our home. Of the Pope, there is a desire that lives in young generations. They must. This desire must be heeded. So this desire to live beyond the limits of one's home and to form a school of humanity that is richer is something that is emerging right now. During the synodal path, families must have the possibility, the opportunity to express their needs, what they need on the part of the church. It is a very important path of this synodal joint path. So credibility of the synodal path depends on the capacity of local communities to impose this change right now and in the practice. So we must not wait for 2023 without doing anything. Otherwise, this path will not start. So on the 9th of October, this synodal path was launched in Rome, and I was impressed by the testimony of an American nun, and she explained that in her parish in the United States, the synodal dialogue with families of all of types led to the development of a strategic plan to impose changes in the way the community is managed in its service to the society. So they didn't wait for 2023. So the contribution of theologians can be very significant if they are ready to accompany and support the development of new habits and the cultivation of social virtues. Dear colleagues, dear students, the aim of these introductory remarks was to tell you how I consider this study day important. And so I wish you great success and I wish you fruitful work. Thank you, Professor Borden, for these kind words of welcome. Let me spend a few words by way of introduction to the way this our day is organized, so that we can understand from Amoris Laetitia, chosen for this day as the Dean, reminded us is a very familiar gesture. We all know that, because living together of families concern not only the life that is spent inside the homes, but also the life that takes place around homes. So life in outdoor spaces, in the spaces that we have in common. And so it is this theme of common fraternity, common space, will be the transversal theme that will accompany us throughout all the contributions. So common space, not only as belonging, a natural condition of belonging to a group or to a human race, but as a process of construction and transformation of reality. So commonality, common space is not only an anthropological trait that brings us back to the commonality of origin, of our destination. So common belonging. So common fraternity is more like a dance than a set of qualities possessed by many. Dance is the most performative of all arts, and perhaps for this reason, it is the most daring and seductive art. It is the most scabrous and thought-provoking art form. Perhaps because dance reminds us that its origin lies in a movement and in the coming together of bodies. In dance, the coming together of bodies does not take the form of mathematical addition. Those who dance are well aware that their being together is not an assembly, but a choreography. Choreography demands presence and active participation. It combines expression and normativity. It makes order possible through performance. Choreography shows that order or ordering, making order, only occurs in performance. And for these reasons, the choreography of dance does not have the features of concrete, practical utopia, but those of feasible utopia. So we only begin to experience dancing when we stop contemplating it and when we take part in it. So during this day, we will talk about the common space, not as a space in which we move, but as a set of processes that involve different people and different things while they are dancing. We will talk about the common space or common fraternity as the dynamisms of forms of mutuality, mutual support, forms that are already redesigning the spaces in which families live, but also spaces around which families live. So sciences, and especially the sciences that study family, will be increasingly challenged by space. That is, they will be provoked by by space management, by production processes, consumption processes of spaces. In the coming decades, the organization of space will also be decisive for the life of families. Will we build the form of living in flats, or will we imagine new forms of communications, new contaminations between the public and the private sphere? Concern architects, of urban planners, city planners, as designers and of spatial planning. These questions concern everyone without distinctions: men, women, children, the elderly, migrant families, because we are all gripping with the use of space, and we all dream of different uses of space. Uses that are not exclusively proprietary, forms of living in which the enjoyment of space depends on accessibility and not only on possession. is therefore possible to have forms of non-proprietary enjoyment of common spaces, a form of hospitality, of welcome that do not even make guests blush, that do not make them feel embarrassed because they are being hosted or welcomed. Forms of welcome and hospitality that offer the guest the dignity of the dancer, the dignity of the companion with whom to dance together along edges and borders, disheveling edges and borders together. So to practice and manage all this, it is necessary to bring domestic love closer to social friendship, as Professor Baudin said, to connect family life with political charity. So for these reasons, the architecture, the organization of the study day aims to encourage an integrated reading between Amoris Laetitia and Fratelli Tutti. We want to propose not only an interpretation comparison between the magisterial texts, but above all, an open dialogue on the relationship between conjugal love and universal fraternity, between domestic intimacy and care for the common home. In the morning session, we will try to outline the biblical and theological scenario to start a shared reflection on family, common space and fraternity. The interventions that we will hear shortly will therefore focus on two key concepts. Living or dwelling as a family gesture through which it is possible to arouse the feeling of the world, or hosting as a domestic, social and political practice. It is necessary to imagine an education that makes us sense that the world and society are also our home, because we need to build us that inhabits a common home, Fratelli Tutti 17. Well, in the afternoon, we will analyze some places and processes where the dialogue between private, public and common sphere is actively at work. It is not enough to define or justify the boundaries of the spheres of the public, private and common spaces, but rather to investigate the movements of certain practices such as care and hospitality. Healing wounds and expanding the spaces of love are fundamental places to speak well of family fraternity in relation to universal fraternity. Care relationships reclaimed central space in the lives of families during the months of the pandemic. For almost 2 years now, the care of bodies has gained a central place in the occupations and in the concerns of families. Throughout this time, we have acquired new sensitivities, new skills, we have awakened energies, we have tamed fears. The apprenticeship of caring, into which we have been thrown due to the pandemic, must now become not only a subject of study, but a matter of social innovation. It is not just a question of designing more humane or efficient care institutions, but of making care relations the dance of a more radical transformation. Care as the principle of a vast change in the perception of us who inhabit our common home. We will have to learn to recognize ourselves, for instance, in the new ecological assemblies, those assemblies which will require, as Bruno Latour would say, a new composition, a new setup between humans, organic living beings, and technological non-humans. I would like now to introduce Anne-Marie Perletier. We all know, unfortunately, she could not be present here with us, but she is connected via Zoom in Paris. Professor Pelletier, as we all know, is a Bible expert and she's a teacher of sacred studies and biblical hermeneutics in several universities in Paris, Paris Nanterre and faculty Notre Dame of the Paris faculty, and member also of the Pontifical Academy for Life. So we have asked her to outline the first steps with a biblical and exegetic character on this issue when God enlarges spaces, inclusiveness and welcoming in the biblical perspective. You have the floor, Professor.
Merci.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. The connection is, I think, made. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you please tell me if you can hear me? Can I now start my presentation? It appears so. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me. Professor, can you just wait a minute? Because we cannot hear you. Well, the translators can, but obviously the audience cannot. The floor cannot. Can you not hear me? Says the professor.
Nelle cuffie si sente, ma non si sente.
Yes, we can hear the professor in your headsets, but we cannot hear her in the room. Well, it's fine now. Do you want me to test the sound? Says the professor. No, professor, you can now speak. The connection is fine and we can hear you. Very good. Is it okay now? Yes. Let me start by thanking you for allowing me to participate remotely on the Zoom platform. It's part of our everyday life. How can we recognize biblical scripture as the founding place where we can receive the call that is found in the words of Amoris Laetitia, living beyond the limits of one's own home, so that in our everyday life, families, communities, societies can experience a dynamism of acceptance and inclusion. So this is the question that I would like to answer with my presentation. Now, before going into any additional detail, there is an initial comment I would like to say. The first contribution that the biblical tradition gives in this area cannot merely be a generous impulse, a lifestyle to be cultivated. From the very beginning, the Bible asks us to recognize that this is in fact a challenge which is all pervasive in human life from the very beginning. We know that the first 11 chapters of Genesis are devoted to trying to understand the mystery of the origins, starting from the historical experience of Israel. And therefore, they identify and list some of the fundamental problems of humanity, which are common problems that every human generation has to address. Now, amongst these fundamental problems, we have one which is addressed by the very famous story of the Tower of Babel. We all know the story. We have men who share the same language. They use all the same words. And this, by the way, evokes totalitarian utopias of our modernity, which convey a perverted representation of the universal, a falsified representation, to quote what has just been said by Professor Boudin just now. These men decide to build a city because they want to make a name for themselves. They do not want to be dispersed or scattered. They want to build a tower which is going to go to the top of the sky, and they are, in other words, defying God. This enterprise evokes, in a collective way, the transgression of Genesis 3. But here, the story dwells upon the result, the outcome of this transgression. In other words, the establishment of a tightly knit, inward looking world which rejects anything which is other or otherness. That we know that God intervenes, dispersing the men who wanted to build the tower, and languages are confused. So there is a long tradition according to which this divine intervention is a judgment, is a punishment, and indeed the text can justify this type of interpretation. However, we can give a different interpretation to this divine gesture. It can be seen as an act of salvation, and this is, I think, a much more widely adopted interpretation nowadays. So we have this multiplicity of languages, which is the outcome of this confusion, will impose the reality of the other. And this is salvific because it saves us from becoming stifled. So we can say that Babel was a blessing, which points to the truth of a God who wishes to save life, to release it from all deathly structures which threaten it. But strictly speaking, perhaps it isn't the right word to use in this case, blessing, because as a matter of fact, certainly God reestablishes a vital distance in the world of Babel, but this re-established space does not in itself generate a relationship. And we know that it is through relationships or relations that you Babel is therefore an unfinished story where humanity is still waiting for a recovery which allows it to escape from the traps of exclusion and from identitarian closure or cultural isolationism. And we know that Pope Francis does say in Humana Communitas, the fraternity remains the unkept promise of modernity. So the biblical text already suggests that more is needed than mere goodwill on the part of human beings. What is needed is a divine initiative which will reprocess from the inside the relations between human beings so that they can achieve an authentic universal. I would like to argue that the election of Israel is the active principle of this event. I will start by focusing on this particular topic, on this particular theme, so as to highlight the paradoxical aspects, but also to show how it can well address and will provide a solution to the problem which was left open after the story of Babel. And then I will further discuss this dynamic of election, and I will therefore address the theme of exile, which is a fundamental moment in biblical history. Then I will speak about the book of Ruth, the story of family, which is in crisis, which will be the crucible of an encounter between one and the other in the history of salvation. And then there will just be time enough to mention how the logic, the divine logic of inclusion and acceptance is fulfilled in the gospel of salvation. Now, in the biblical text, as we can read it today, shows us that there is a transition from the story of Babel to the story of Terah, who leaves the Chaldees, and then we move on to Abraham, the call of God. So we have a rapture which is folding inward into. So we have the 11 first chapters, so the origins of humankind, and then we have Babel. And then we have a follow-up, which inaugurates the call of Abraham. There are certain elements, however, that we can find. The people of is given to Abraham is very different. Leave your land towards the land that I will indicate, that I will show you. So we have this triple occurrence. Go forth from your land, from your relatives, and from your father's house. So it's an order where Abraham is asked to leave his land. Therefore, he is exposed to the unknown, which requires an act of confidence, an act of trust in the person who gives the order, which means that there must be a contact with someone different from oneself, other than oneself, other than one's close relatives. Then we have this question of a name. The builders of Babel want to make a name for themselves. And Abraham learns with the blessing that he receives that he will be given a name from God, a great name. So there is also an additional contrast. Humanity in Babel is evoked as an abstract collective grouping with no individuality. Chapter 12 instead introduces something different, a highly diversified world of the families of the earth, to which another family is to be added, the family which will be generated from Abraham by God. So the plan of God will be completed once humanity is brought back to its original truth, a relational truth, where all will be integrated into an enlarged space under the blessing of God. The blessing that Abraham receives is duplicated immediately, because what follows is so that you will be a blessing. Say, I will bless those who bless you and curse those who curse you. All the families of the earth will find a blessing in you. So starting from Abraham's blessing, unconditional, a gratuitous love, divine blessing can reach out to all nations of the earth as soon as they allow themselves the relation with Israel. So the election of Israel appears as a divine strategy. The aim is that of replacing humanity in a fabric of relations, of exchanges, accepting and including the other. In this respect, we can say that Abraham is elected and chosen for all. The fact remains, however, that this strategy is highly paradoxical and is fraught with danger. Instead of bypassing the obstacle of difference, which gives rise to mistrust, hostility, and rejection, the election of Israel, addresses the problem and recognizes the problem. When we continue reading the story of Abraham, we see that there is a focus on the singularity of the chosen one. So Israel stands out amongst all other people, and there is this distinctive mark which is placed on the flesh of Israel through circumcision. So Israel is the heritage of God, which means that necessarily it is going to arouse the jealousy of those who are not elected. And at the same time, Israel will be tempted by pride. We can well understand that inclusion of pagans will mean that they are obliged to accept a logic which is not so natural to them as that which is presumed by Psalm 117, when it asks all people of the earth to celebrate God for all the good things that God has done, but which he has given Israel. So praise the Lord, all of you nations, extol him, all of you people. Say his mercy for us is strong, the faithfulness of the Lord is forever. But this logic, which is not that of men left to their primary drives, is the only one which can give access to something which is universal. And this universal is not merely bringing together what is alike. Now, if this is full of difficulties. And we can see this in the chapters of the cycle of Abraham. With Sodom, we have the permanent reality of a humanity which wants to build itself, excluding the other. Builds itself on homicidal hostility vis-a-vis strangers, and where the feminine dimension is the target of violence. This is contrasted with Abraham's hospitality as epitomized by the welcome given to the visitors in Mamre. However, the patriarch himself is the first to understand and experience the difficulties which are embedded in the implementation of the election program. So we have the call of Abraham, the announcement of a blessing for all, but then what follows immediately is the fact that the patriarch and Sarah need to go to a foreign land, that they need to go to Egypt. And Abraham lies to the Pharaoh, deceives the Pharaoh, telling him that Sarah is his sister. And this leads to disaster, which is the first failure in this encounter between two entities. We can well understand that the elected will very often hinder God's plan, who wishes to communicate through him divine grace to all. But then we also have this mysterious episode, the encounter between Abraham and the king priest Melchizedek. So there is a mutual recognition between Israel and the pagan world. Melchizedek offers bread and wine, and as he does so, pronounces a double blessing. Share. So these are the prefaces of the very complex story that we shall then find later on a very ambivalent story which focuses on the other. The other is present throughout the biblical text, always present from the very moment when it is included in the decisive call of Abraham. The other is threatening more often than not. It is identified with a powerful neighbor which can threaten the existence of Israel, for example. But the other can also be a decisive help, can also assist in implementing God's plan. Whatever the case, notwithstanding all the trials in this relationship, the final beneficiary of the blessing of the salvation is the other. The time of exile is a privileged observation point. In Isaiah, we have this exhortation: enlarge the space for your tent, spread out your tent cloths unsparingly. For you shall spread abroad to the right and left. Your descendants shall dispossess the nations. So we have these words which point to something being dilated, enlarged, an irresistible expansion which turns upside down, overturns the decline of Israel at the time of exile. It's an experience of death, and hope gives rise to completely unknown perspectives and prospects. This hope is based upon the acceptance during exile. Let me quote Isaiah. Come, let us go up to the Lord's mountain, to the house of the God of Jacob, that he may instruct us in his ways, and we may walk in his paths. This house, says Isaiah, shall be called a house of prayer for all peoples, because it will make room for an external people, which is represented here by eunuchs and strangers who already live close to the faith of Israel, but which until now had been marginalized. So the oracle says that a better name will be given them, better than sons and daughters. So we have this grandiose movement where God brings together the deportees, and there is an eschatological resonance which quotes beasts of the field and beasts in the forest. So Isaiah tells us that the height of this suffering during exile is also the pinnacle of the discovery of God. God as Goel, the Redeemer, who will be able to give final liberation to his people from suffering. And then at the same time, we have God celebrated as a creator. So we have this overlapping of two different figures, that of the Goel, the Redeemer, and that of the creator, whose jurisdiction encompasses all nations. And the call to the nations is, turn to me and be safe, all you ends of the earth. Isaiah. Then the oracle of Isaiah 19:21 finds its context. The Lord shall make himself known to Egypt. They shall turn to the Lord, and he shall be moved by their entreaty and heal them. On that day, there shall be a highway from Egypt to Assyria. On that day, Israel shall be a third party with Egypt and Assyria, a blessing in the midst of the earth, when the Lord of hosts gives this blessing. Blessed be my people Egypt, and the work of my hands Assyria, and my heritage Israel. So this blessing already resonated in the call of Abraham, returns in three different instances in this text, the last of which reaffirms the unity of Israel and nations. Because in fact, God can only have a single blessing, which is addressed to all. This allows Psalm 87 to proclaim, that Rab and Babylon are counted amongst those who know me. Then in the book of Ruth, we see yet another encounter between Israel and the nations. We have a description of the house of Israel, Ruth 4:11. And we also see that there is a nation which is held in contempt, the nation of Moab. And we have this encounter, which is therefore incredibly effective. So, what we have here is historical text. However, the critique says that, or argues that this book had a post-historical drafting. We also know that after the Jews return from Babylon, there is the question of marriages to foreign women, which are to be dissolved. And we know that, therefore, there is a more rigid position according to which these marriages are to be dissolved, and anything which is foreign to Israel has to be set aside. This is especially found in the books of Ezra and Nehemiah. However, in the book of Ruth, we have the history of a family which is struck by misfortune. We have famine, which prompts Elimelech and Naomi to leave Bethlehem and go to the land of Moab. So the husband dies, and then the two sons who leave behind their two widows. And this situation is in a clear contrast to the law of Deuteronomy, which mentions the dispute with the Moabites, excluding them from the assembly of the Lord. Adding, never seek their welfare or prosperity as long as you live. However, life isn't always in agreement with the law. Under these conditions, Naomi gives back their freedom to her daughters-in-law once she goes back to Bethlehem. But Ruth says that she wants to stay with her mother-in-law, and her words are the finest tribute given to Israel by a pagan nation. Do not press me to go back and abandon you. Wherever you go, I will go. Wherever you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God. Where you die, I will die, and there be buried. May the Lord do thus to me, and more, if even death separates me from you. So we have a Moabite woman which gives a single face to the mutual blessing evoked in the call of Abraham. This face is that of love, the love of a pagan world for Israel, as has been experienced by two women. Throughout the book, we find that there is a serene atmosphere with no shadows. So all mistrusts, all hostilities, all rejections, which usually characterize the encounter with the stranger, are completely overcome. The decision of Ruth is not constrained in any way. It's a very free decision. The same trust, the same faithful love, which the Bible calls hesed, is found in this story of Ruth. And it is the quality of love that God has for Israel, and the response of man to this faithfulness, to this faithful love. Now, Boaz identifies in Ruth the presence of this said, and the same is true for the blessing. We have this alliance formulated by Ruth. My people shall be, your people shall be my people, your God shall be my God. And we reach this blessing, and we have this mutual recognition, which is brought to its highest point. Israel welcomes the other. What is the other in its most extreme form, and at the same time, Israel is recognized by the other. However, this opening occurs in an unexpected setting. The land of Moab, whose inhabitants were generated from the incest between Lot and his daughters, and which is tragically found in the history of Israel during the entry into the promised land. And yet in biblical history there is no other place where this allegiance to Israel by the pagan world is expressed in such a way. Then Obed is born, and the people of Israel becomes the flesh of the nations. The book ends evoking the descendants of Boaz, which finds its pinnacle with David, who is the bearer of messianic promises. So we have this opening, this dynamic of acceptance, and it finds its total fulfillment in the Messiah. The history that we have just outlined finds its ultimate ending in what we have in John, bring together into one the dispersed children of God. So Jesus quoted in Matthew, which mentions Ruth, together with three other women identified with pagan nations, Tamar, Rahab, and the wife of Uriah the Hittite. At the beginning of his public ministry, Jesus contrasts the hardened hearts of his listeners with the widow of Sarepta and the wife of Naaman in Syria. And we know that this, of course, is going to arouse anger and outrage in his listeners. And then Jesus prolongs and continues this story with his wanderings. He is the person, the man who passes by, as mentioned by a commentator of the Gospel of John, filling the promised land where there's a presence, in particular unifying the land of the promises torn apart by the schism between the kingdom of the north and the kingdom of the south after the death of Solomon, but also reintroducing and re-including the stranger, the despised stranger represented by the Samaritan world. So in the gospel we have many encounters. So there is a new era where no one is left out of salvation. No one reintegrates the poor, the sufferers, the marginalized, the sinners. They all take precedence over those who are observant and self-righteous. Jesus challenges societal and religious norms, and this is the expression of this new reality. He is close to all other men, and in so doing, Jesus reveals the Father. At the same time, he teaches the truth of the dual commandment of love, loving God through loving one's brother, that is to say, extending one's hand to the other and making the other one's own neighbor. Even though we may have ample reasons not to consider this other as our neighbor, we all know that Pope Francis in Fratelli Tutti has mentioned the parable of the Good Samaritan from the Gospel of Luke. And Pope Francis recalled that this conversion to the neighbor, to the other, means an effort to include, integrate, and lift up the fallen. So it's a conversion, it's a way of establishing a relationship with the other, with an opening, which is such that all others become our neighbors. So, as I said, effort to include, integrate, and lift up the fallen. This is the only way in which we can realize Humana Communitas. The other, the stranger, is the Good Samaritan, who is, however, able to show fraternal love. He is the pedagogue of Israel in this context. He can teach Israel. We know that the parable of Jesus is based upon this request that you do the same. This is the answer given by Jesus to the question, who is my neighbor? So that's how we fulfill the story of humanity. It's a weaving, a reweaving of relations, starting from the call of Abraham. In this history of Abraham with his Trinitarian God.
Thank you, Professor Pelletier, for having opened up the biblical landscape for us. And for having accompanied us throughout this landscape that is made not only of places but also of dynamisms. And in particular, the dynamism of blessing and of the blessing action as a dynamism of expansion and inclusion. Thank you so much. From the perspective of exegesis and scripture, let's now move on to fundamental theology. And I would like to introduce briefly Professor Stella Morra. Many of you are familiar with her. She's a professor of fundamental theology at the Pontifical Università Gregoriana in Rome, and is also director of the Francesco Fado Center, Faith and Culture, and has also been appointed as a counsel to the Doctrine of Faith. So she will help us reflect on the theme beyond with the institution, and so I am already familiar with some of those who work there. And I think that this line of research is particularly interesting and topical as well. As fundamental theologists often do, it is a defect that we have. I need to start from very far away. And so you will have the impression, maybe, that I do not get to the point, but I will get to the point. So be confident. So my starting point, in some way, is historical. And it starts from the construction of the Western form of coexistence, because in the past few centuries, coexistence, living together, so living in a common space, has undergone many changes. Changes in political structures, in self-perception of the subjects, of citizens, of individuals, and so on. But this form of coexistence has undergone a deep change that we have are just beginning to understand. The deepest processes are those that are not immediately recognized because they are not superficial processes. They are deeply seated processes, and they also require certain paroxysm to be recognized. And so, in the past few years, all these transformations have undergone the necessary paroxysm. What am I referring to? I am referring to the detachment or decomposition of an element of coexistence that had been quite stable from the Neolithic. So I'm not talking about recent times, of course. So the balance between public, private, and common. So the three dimensions of coexistence: public, private, what is mine, what concerns me; public, what is seen. Of me, what is seen, what can be seen, and it concerns all of us. And common or communal. So the area in which these three dimensions are articulated between local and universal. Impeding the suffocation of local. So a balance has been struck between universal and local. So this trinomial was in a balance for centuries, and it is now ruptured, at least broken, at least in the Western society. The French Revolution, just to mention an event that represents a turning point, of course. The French Revolution, in fact, has cancelled the communal dimension. It has worked on the direct relationship between public and private. In the Western form of coexistence, the communal aspect, this aspect of the balance, has collapsed, has crumbled over time. And so the perversions of the universal dimension is accompanied by the smothering, by the suffocation of the local dimension. So the small entities become self-referential, the large of universal dimension that is generic. I could make a lot of examples, but I think we are all we all understand what I'm saying. A problem that has been that has come to the fore is that all those entities that were not automatically represented in the public sphere, so women, foreigners, gypsies, migrants, but also, for instance, the earth, that was not perceived as a subject. So all those figures that were not recognized in the public dimension and did not have a role in this balance between public and private. Well, all those figures, all those entities had no subjectivity. And the communal dimension was zeroed out, annulled, and now in times of crisis, of scarcity, they are demonized as a public enemy. So it's just the opposite of what we see in Fratelli Tutti, in the dynamics of Evangelicalium, as the process of a social friendship. That's exactly the contrary. So the construction that was not wanted by individuals, but it was the outcome of a process. So the building, the construction of an enemy, of a public enemy. I think we all have we're all familiar with how this theme, the fear, diffidence, mistrust, building enemies. Is a dominant theme in our societies. So one may argue this is true for Western Europe, but Western Europe is just a small courtyard in the planet. So the Earth is much wider. But the problem is that quite the contrary. for political, historical, economic reasons. This process has affected us all with different outcomes, but it has led to an imbalance between the public aspect concerns in particular Europe and the Western world, but in other places the same imbalance must be tackled. The abolition of the private sphere in some cultures, in totalitarian societies, the abolition of the public sphere as a recognition of rights, as a possible objectification of a communal space, and this trinomial was disrupted. And so the words that we have heard in the introduction by the Dean on the strategy, on Francesco's strategy, Francis' strategies and his design, his project, fit very well and are in a dialogue with the issues I am talking about, because I think this is the most self-destructing process we are experiencing, and we run the risk of self-destroying ourselves. And as in an individual biography, the most negative processes yield external outcomes, terrible outcomes. In our case, this general dimension is expressed by the problems of the environment. So we are destroying the very foundation on which we stand. So I started from very far away to say in a couple of words what is this scenario in which the following considerations are placed. I understand that it is a very long-term scenario, and so this would require further deepening than the 5 minutes that I have at my disposal, or those simple hints and remarks that I made. And Francis' strategy, we do not understand how the single elements move in this field. When we say that families have radically changed, we're not just saying that there are changes in literary genres. There is a change in the redefinition of those elements. There is an adaptation to those elements that can not only be read in terms of goodwill. So this is the scenario. So apparently theology has nothing to do with it, or as we sometimes do as theologians or in our pastoral in church bodies, we consider the consequences. It is a theme of moral theology or a social doctrine. And I think that in general terms, from my understanding, I think this is the case. And I try to explain to my students that this is one of the face processes and confront ourselves with the desire and the underlying thrust, the dynamics of processes that are ongoing in our times and in our lives. If we just reflect on the outcomes, if we are just confined to moral theology or social doctrine, well, we will be irrelevant. One of the strongest point in the announcement of the gospel and of the theology that has built culture from the fathers of the church and medieval culture, well, one of the most important points is that it did not drown in the consequences of what was happened. It could really affect the understanding of processes. So, as I said, apparently theology has nothing to do with it. Except as moral applications or wishes. We should educate families, we should educate young people to be more free. The problem is how. And that's a problem exactly. The wish is clear to us all, obvious. Again, I'm a bit critical here, but the experiences of theology and of the church and of the churches within this process, the church is those subjects that do not have public representation, women, foreigners, and so on. So and it's exactly the same situation. They risk becoming the public enemy. So, for example, one of the most important topic is the call on the laity in being engaged. Yes, of course, as this is important, and the role of lay Christians in the polis is always insisted on. Yes, and of course, conversion is important also for the pastors. But what are the conditions for unrecognized subjects to really make the difference? How can we clericized so that those individuals, those subjects, are not just the object of teaching, of doctrine, but they can really become subjects. Pope Francis here is challenging us. The theme of synodality is not just a theme that concerns the government or choices in terms of how we proceed, what we do. It is a way of thinking subjects in the church, within the church. And I think that right now theology, in its primary duty to weave the fabric, the relationship between the practices of the faithful, and so that they can be shared and understood, critically thought. So, in rebuilding, reweaving this fabric, these relations with words, well, theology right now, at this very moment, has the opportunity of building a form of church. It has an ecclesial duty right now. And during the pontificate of Pope Francis, Veritatis Gaudium is not just a minor text destined for internal use of those who have to build curricula. It is a fundamental precept that refocuses theology in a genealogy of unexpected documents, because yes, Sapienza Christiana, but also Populorum Progressio, you are a bit puzzled. You said this was not the classical genealogy. So it refocuses the function of theology and the preparation for the training for theology within a genealogy, but also in relation to the addressees. Addressees are no longer in the concept of the Council of Trient, the ministers who had to be up to a very severe and important task. So, in a Christian society that was wavering, they had to give each individual the sufficient doctrine for their personal faith. But the new addressees are the entire people of God, because the concept is exactly the opposite. So the problem is not the personal dimension, but its cultural relevance. And by way of paradox, we are now facing the opposite situation as the Council of Trient from an historical point of view, because Trient could delegate to a culture. Because the culture was working, and so it could delegate to that culture the mediation of practices, but it had to give back the individuals their subjectivity, so they had to understand, to assume, to choose, and to so understand certain contents. And so they are making exactly the same choices. We are faced with the same church practices in a situation that is completely different. We do not have any cultural, communal, common mediation of Christianity. the academies, you can find during Lent, you find hamburgers because it's an choice, common choice. And what do? We would use the same strategy as Trient. That becomes which means fostering the private dimension, private responsibility, private conscience, and again, the inability to produce a communal dimension. So, the movement between form of church and reasonable logos of theology lies precisely within the trinomial public-private communal dimensions, and in particular, in caring for and guarding the communal dimension. This is a question of life and death for the Church. It is a radical choice from my point of view. It is not just an accessory. If we are not capable of repositioning ourselves, if we are not able to produce a care for the communal dimension, not just the environment, which is the bodily dimension of it, but communal dimension as a structure of coexistence, we will not be significant anymore. At the same time, in the previous balance between private, public, and communal dimension, family, or the various forms of families, I would speak in the plural, the various forms of family. So the response to needs and desires, common desires, so how to take care of the small ones, how to care for the elderly on the part of the younger, so generating your offsprings. So in the different cultures, these needs found forms of balance between public and private dimensions. So contracts in the public, privately a home, a space, a common space, of course, which changed over times and throughout the cultures. And we must not be surprised to see that this place becomes a critical place where this crisis unfolds, where we see that the annulment of the communal dimension creates an imbalance between the relationship between private and public. And I will go back to this point. The third point I would like to quickly mention is the following: the city is the exemplary case of the communal form, and thus of the crisis and problems. And this is very important. As Cardinal Bergoglio, before becoming a pope, reminded in many speeches, we have a sort of implicit prejudice. So we think that Christianity is not suitable for cities. It is suitable for rural areas, a sort of nostalgia, a sort of longing for a rhythm where private and public were in a balance. So cities are considered dimension and now of its crisis. For instance, in cities, there is the dramatic situation of polarization between private and public, center, periphery, proximity, distance, relevance, irrelevance, wealth and poverty. So we have all these dichotomies. In cities, the polarization has assumed radical dimensions. And for families living in cities, not only Western cities. So the rule, this is a general rule, I would say. So for families living in cities, it's always the same situation. It is much more difficult. You have no grandparents. Everything is complex. It takes a lot of time to move around. Transport systems do not work. A lot of practical questions, but it is even more difficult to live in cities because the visible nucleus, the physical core of the common relationship between private and public, in the dimension that should be the communal space, the city is facing radical and dramatic crisis. It is almost impossible to have this communal dimension in cities. So what does it mean? And I am about to reach my conclusions. What does it mean to think of a form of church as guardian of the disappeared communal space, but also guardian of the private dimension that has disappeared? Well, in other cultures, rights are not upheld, and there is no right to a communal space, but there is a totalitarian aspect, the totalitarian prevalence of the public dimension. So what does it mean to act as a guardian of communal space where there is no rules, no regulation of the public dimension? Well, here in Europe, in the Western world, and in many of the places that culturally are affected by our Western culture, well, the first duty is to have a reasonable logos of theology that enables the church to find forms of taking care of the communal aspect. I am convinced of this problem, and I would use the same tones that Greta's using for the environmental crisis. We don't have time. We have run out of time. We cannot postpone. We cannot still reflect and ponder on issues. We need to act. So 4 points for bullet points, just to say that this is the fundamental question of the theology of our times. I think this is the capacity, the ability to give a response to Veritatem Gaudius by responding to this question. So guardians, custodians of the communal aspect, the communal space. So the first bullet point, and also listening to the Francis Magisterium, but also if we look at our lives, our students, the realities in which we live. So you have to start again from the unrepresented people in the public sphere. The unrepresented people, the unrepresented individuals, they have preserved a desire for a communal dimension, an explicit desire, because when you don't have a public name, you try to you look for support, complicity, proximity, vicinity. And this is one of the reasons why Francis has a great interest for popular movements. So not just for geographical or because of his culture of provenance. He's interested in that because the unrepresented subjects in the public have a memory of that communal dimension. So fragmented, small, not particularly structured maybe, but there is this desire. So we need to start from the unrepresented people. It needs, first of all, to listen to them, to listen to the unrepresented people. So having them tell us, talk about this memory of the communal dimension. I think you're more competent on the second point, but the second bullet point, we need to take seriously the problem of a family that, of course, lives beyond the limits of their home, not simply in terms of welcoming, being welcoming or trying to be open, but as a true experiment of the possible reconstruction of the relationship between public, private, and communal dimensions. So approaches, leaving aside the moral doctrine and social doctrine, but we should start from the different forms of balance or unbalance of families, how they manage to strike a balance between work, families, feelings, affections. So rethink in a very practical way the reflecting on the affection. So we cannot be the victims of a late romantic culture. The family is has a fundamental role, and affections, emotions, passions, love, of course, affectivities is important. We deny that. Now we feel guilty, and we tend to exaggerate and exaggerate it in a very naive way, and totally in a totally private way. What does it mean? It means to look at families and facing the challenges that families pose as a true experiment and laboratory of communal dimension with the complexity of our times. And so in an international institution such as this one, we should ask ourselves what kind of laboratory should a family be in those societies where there are no private spheres. So what does it mean to serve families as laboratories of that are guardians of the private sphere? And so on and so forth. I think this is a challenge that a reality a reality such as this one, or in which in this reality we can clearly see how facing the radical challenge of our time that I express in these terms, maybe you would use different terms. Well, I think this means giving a future, giving sense, making sense of an academia such as this one. If not, it will not make sense. What I mean to say is that repeating moral, perpetrating, so sticking to the study of traditional subjects is not a good thing, in my opinion, because now the questions that we have to face are completely different, because we base on the assumption that that we have delegated, the church has delegated to the culture some. I could go on, but my time is. I'm almost run out of time. A third element that I would like to mention is recognized as a kairos, a sign of times, the world of God, as a world of God, the forms in which the communal dimension heralds itself. This would be another a very important task that we should face. So to discover and to value, to give voice to all the forms and places in which the communal dimension heralds itself, because nobody can build it if not in a process. And it is a desire. It presents itself as a desire, and we should take care of this desire whenever it appears, inside or outside our boundaries, in forms that we recognize, or in forms that can leave us puzzled. But this is the task that we should embark on, and one of the and where we should exercise discernment. Discernment is not something theoretical. It has to be applied to very practical situations. So we may have to exercise discernment on that. And last bullet point, very quickly, we should cherish the idea of becoming a laboratory for the practice of the communal dimension, synodality. Before the Synod of 2023, we are called upon to become responsible for the practices of the communal dimension, and also the partiality. We should be aware of the partiality of our dimension, what I can put in practice after discernment, after having involved all the subjects as members of a community. After all this, it is a practice that is unprecedented. We have embark on this exercise. Without theological logos, we will not go very far. And quite the contrary, the contribution to the synodal path is not necessarily a text or a written contribution. It should be a contribution of the custody of the common dimension based on church practices. So maybe I'm dreaming, but I wouldn't abandon this dream at all because we have a lot of documents. We are drowning under documents, but we find it hard to put words into practice and how to put in practice words. I would like, if I have 1 minute, to read a short poem that I love, that is very dear to me. And it has accompanied me during during COVID-19. So we have been thinking a lot during COVID-19. I was reflecting on the proximity, distance, and this poetry speaks about embrace, hugging. We think that it is a very
ma ne pensiamo sempre, come dire, una dimensione che è quella di
because we want to, in this dimension, we want to keep and maintain the other with us. But this form of hug makes me think of Noli Me Tangere of Mary Magdalene. So that does not retain, that sets free. It's a poetry by Chandra Livia Candiani. And it says, universe does not have a center, but in order to embrace each other, we do this. One approaches slowly, with no apparent reason. Then we spread our arms and we show the disarming of our wings. And finally, one vanishes together in the space of love between you and the other. Thank you.
Grazie davvero per il contributo prezioso, per le proposte tante.
Thank you for your contribution, for your proposals, for your suggestions. Some of them were very bold, and for having accompanied us on this double reading. So on the one hand, gaze is on the large and small processes, and on the other, the call to take on responsibilities with this image of taking care of the communal dimension. I think we will have time to discuss about it because we have time for questions and answers after the presentations. But now we take some time for a break, and we will reconvene at 15 past 11 to resume with the second part of our morning session. Thank you.
C'è uno dall'altra parte, si spenge in automatico.
Sì. Accendi? Su inglese. Accendi?
Ecco, mannaggia.
boh.
Bene, allora ci accomodiamo e siamo pronti.
Right, we are now ready to resume our meeting. Professor Kutze will speak. I will.
So we are about to start with the presentation by Professor Kutzner, whom I will introduce right now, but I would like to spend a few words with the activities that will be organized by the John Paul II Institute. You can't see the pictures? Okay, oh, here it is. So this is one of the works of Sigrid Fila, who a work that was donated to us, but you can see behind my back another work that characterizes this morning's event, and Sergio Pila will accompany us for several reasons with his images. It's an artistic image that is a textum or textile. Stella Mora has explained several times to us how the textum, the text, is the most representative element of what is culture, what is cultural, because a textum may be a book, may be an item, an object, but it's also the cultural weaving in that book and out and after the book. So the works of Siri Verfila are texts. And there is, in fact, a weaving image, a weaving background in the work that has been chosen for the Order of the Institute. In the picture that has been projected on the screen, you can see a plurality of colors, a plurality of textiles that reminds us of a form of us. It's an illusion, and everybody can imagine a different language, what structure should be given to the we or us. So the multitude as well is a form that cannot be framed into the communal aspect. Let's now move on to the last presentation of this morning, and it is a joy for me to introduce Professor Mirja Kutze, who has come here from Kassel, from Germany. She teaches in Kassel, and we know that it is not easy to travel, and traveling should not be taken for granted. So thank you so much, Professor Kutzer, for being here today. She is Professor of Systematic Theology. She was professor at Gießen and now at the Kassel University. The title that will accompany her reflection is the following: making good in the large cities, inhabiting the confines of the home.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference and for your friendly words. I'm very honored to be here, and with my lecture, I think I can connect to what we've heard in the morning. Okay. A few weeks ago, when I was rereading Amoris Laetitia and thinking about what I was going to present here today, I came across an interview with Tsitsi Dangarembga. Tsitsi Dangarembga recently won the Peace Prize of the German book trade, Friedenspreis des deutschen Buchhandels. It's a very important literary award in Germany. The writer and filmmaker from Zimbabwe is not only one of the most important artists in her native land. She's also a popular and widely recognized voice of Africa in contemporary literature. Her artistic work revolves around the entanglements and conflicts of post-colonial societies. Her narratives make visible what it means for individuals, especially women, to live with the consequences of colonialism and its current perpetuations. The places where these consequences become visible are especially the big cities. In her latest novel, The Mournable Body, she describes life in Zimbabwe's capital, Harare. 1,500,000 people live in Harare. About as many live in the surrounding area. The novel follows a woman in her middle ages, Tambudzai, on her path through the city. It tells of her placelessness in the city where she was not born, a city that makes it difficult for her to work and earn the means of subsistence. A city that becomes foreign as soon as Tambudzai goes to another quarter of the town. Tambudzai does not belong to the people she meets, and they do not belong to her. Okay? Is it okay now? Okay. Threat and violence are in the air, also poverty and the efforts to disguise it. In this, the city of Harare and the past of the protagonist become a mirror of global contexts. The history of imperialism and oppression has left its marks on the city and the people who live in it. The marks are visible in the geography of the cities and the economic structures, the narratives and the ideas, the strategies to find identity and life and live a good life, the judgments about what is good and bad, valuable and worthless. Live in dignity and the fight for female self-determination. What Tambudzai lacks most is recognizing, appreciation. In the interview I mentioned, Tsitsi Dangaremba was asked what is missing in our societies today. She answered, empathy. We withdraw more and more into the small circle of family and close friends. This makes it difficult for us to integrate into a community with the people in our immediate surroundings. The answer finds resonance in the text of Amoris Laetitia. The basic thesis of this post-synodal letter is that marriage and family are the nucleus of social life. What is learned and lived in the family at its best should infuse society like a leaven of new life, Amoris Laetitia 292. And vice versa, what constitutes life in families must not be limited to that. A quote from the text, families should not see themselves as a refuge from society, but instead go forth from their homes in a spirit of solidarity with others. In this way, they become a hub for integrating persons into society and a point of contact between the public and private spheres. What does this mean, that family could be a leaven of new life for society when we focus on the big cities? The question connects with the topic of the lecture we have just heard. It has to do with the boundaries between the private and the political in the Western form of coexistence. I will concentrate here on the challenges that are evident in our cities. Living in a space where people of different cultures and religions, races and ethnicities, of different gender, age, physical abilities, and with their different stories, are getting together and are searching for a good life. From Christianity, for building the good in the big cities. Let me first have a closer look at the global process of urbanization. Then I will go forward to the resources of family, and in my third point, to the resources of Christian tradition. The big cities and the third space is my first point. The 21st century is the century of cities, of metropolises, megacities, and metropolitan areas. Especially in Latin America, Africa, and Asia, these cities will continue to grow. The motivations for moving to the cities are different. A common reason is that the villages in rural areas no longer offer an adequate standard of living or even make it possible to survive. In 2030, 60% of world's population will live in cities. The most important questions of our time come to a head in urban areas. The fight against climate change is decided in the cities, as it's a question of the future of work and mobility or of social justice. My colleague Margit Eckholt led the 3-year international project Pastoral Urbana, which addressed the social, cultural, and religious transformations in the cities of Latin America. The project analyzed the great tensions that run through the cities of Latin America, but also concerns cities all over the world. Eckholt writes, the metropolises are fragmented, characterized by huge tensions between rich and poor. They are in a constant state of change. Neighborhoods where industry was located are relocating again. New settlements of migrants are expanding the city into the countryside. Villages are being urbanized. There is no longer a center. Many, even changing centers are forming. Culturally, the city is no longer homogeneous. It is determined by an immense dynamism. At the General Assembly in Aparecida in 2007, the Latin American bishops described the tensions with pairs of words: tradition, modernity, globality, regionality, inclusion, exclusion, personalization, depersonalization, secular language, religious language, homogeneity, plurality, urban culture, pluriculturalism. The social challenges are enormous. Access to education, work, and the necessary needs of subsistence, the ecology problem, the problems of violence, crime, and drug trafficking. But the big cities also offer enormous potential for development. The Latin American bishops describe the cities as laboratories of contemporary, complex, and plural culture. Pope Francis acknowledges the theological significance of these new urban cultures in Evangelii Gaudium. The text says in 71, the New Jerusalem, the holy city, is the goal towards which all of humanity is moving. It is curious that God's revelation tells us that the fullness of humanity and of history is realized in a city. We need to look at our cities with a contemplative gaze, a gaze of faith which sees God dwelling in their homes, in their streets and squares. God's presence accompanies the sincere efforts of individuals and groups to find encouragement and meaning in their lives. Evangelii Gaudium here marks the search of people as individuals and groups in the big cities for meaning, for appreciation, for recognizing and proposed in their lives as a sign of theological significance. Their different lifestyles, their daily rhythms linked to places and people, their struggle for survival contains within a profound understanding of life. Thus, the theological significance of the city lies in its individuals, in their needs and desires, their searches and choices, in their dignity and fragility. The city is therefore not merely a geographical space. It emerges as a space of relationships between subjects whose lifestyles and group affiliations can no longer be subsumed under one order. The city is also not simply an addition of many orders or group affiliations that make a whole together. Social diversities overlap in the cities and in the identities of the individuals as well. This produces an extreme singularization. Let's follow Tambudzai once again on her way through Harare. Like so many other people, Tambudzai left her home village in search of a self-determined life. She has done everything she could to receive a Western education, imagining a story of emancipation and freedom. She's very proud of her graduation, but it doesn't help her avoiding a life in poverty. The obstacles she has to face are huge. They have to do not least with discriminations emerging along the differences that clash in cities, that shape perceptions and behavior, that decide on inclusion and exclusion. Neither belonging to the culture of the white upper class nor to the culture of her family, she lives in what postcolonial studies have called a third space between the differences. In the many group affiliations that are ascribed to her by other people, Tambudzai is the black, the non-black, the educated, the modern, the backward, the poor, the woman, the crazy. Every attribution draws a line between one's own and the foreign and constitutes exclusion. In the third space, differences, group affiliations, and discriminations overlap. This does not remain without repercussions for the classifications and differences. The third space shifts symbols and economics and intermingling occur. The third space allows the boundaries between one's own and the foreign to become permeable. More precisely, it allows us to see a permeability of the differences and a fragmentarity of identities that has more or less always existed. This is both a promise and a threat. It is a threat because it reveals the fragility of one's own identity. In the third space, Tambudzai becomes a stranger of herself. The persistent questions that arise in the face of the third spaces are those of Tambudzai. How can she be recognized and valued in the third space of the city where she lives? And how can this recognizing be supported so that it does not remain accidental? How can it be secured by general moral guidelines, by structures and laws? So I come to my second point, the identity and the empathy of the family. Amoris Laetitia warns against to withdraw into the small circle of family. Tsitsi Dangarembga complained about this in her interview too. The retreat into the family is repeated in the retreat into one's own group, one's own parish, one's own nation. The French philosopher and psychoanalyst Julia Kristeva explains this as a reaction to the strangeness that is characteristic of large cities with their many centers and their third spaces. A strangeness that is also characteristic for modern life. To withdraw is a strategy to secure our own identity through what is identical with us and to keep the other, the foreign, outside. Kristeva says, how is it that not belonging to a group, clan, family, tribe, nation, which characterizes the stranger, endangers my identity? Because identity is an unsecure component, relatively unstable and fragile, which gains security, if not permanence, through group membership. When the strangeness of the other is ourselves, in our own foreignness. Besides this interpretation of the withdrawal into the small circle of family, which relates to our identities, there is another one. It has to do with the question of how we find general guidelines for behavior which enable moral judgments in the concrete, and what role empathy plays in this. To retreat into the family and limit our empathy to it in this context is to perpetuate the separation between the public and which are connoted female, of empathy and care, of body and vulnerability, are hardly represented in the public discourses. More precisely, they are not part of the discourses claiming rationality and objectivity. In the discussion on the general guidelines of ethical behavior and moral judgment, emotions, even empathy, should remain silent. Georges Lukács has described such a cognitive attitude as reification. This attitude of cognition denies every form of belonging, every affective relationship between the cognizing person and the cognized. The cognizing subject stands opposite the object in a strict separation, and this is considered as condition of objectivity. In this reification, we not only have a mainly instrumental relationship to the world around us, we also destroy the other as a person. The Argentinian liberation philosopher Enrique Dussel has described this reification as sin. Quotation, "This is what sin consists in the deprivation of the personhood of the other, the estrangement or alienation of a someone to a something, in the reification, instrumentalization. The insult to God is always and first an act of oppression of the brother. God is the absolute other. We insult him when we oppress the other, the neighbor, in any way." Reification establishes economic domination. It makes the other a thing to be disposed of, a tool to be used for purposes. Where these destructions of personhood consolidate, the destructive structures of capitalism emerge. Closely related to economic domination, reification also establishes cultural domination. Thus, at the center of postcolonial critique is the fact that people are described as essentialist categories. These include what Gayatri Spivak calls masterwords. These terms describe people as marginalized, and on the positive side, this makes marginalization visible. On the other hand, however, they fix people to their identity as marginalized. The poor, the women, the Muslims, etc. They obscure the fact that they describe people as so many other things. People with families and other relationships, with diverse knowledge and talents, with dreams and desires. The masterwords themselves become an instrument of marginalization. This ideal of objectivity cannot only be criticized as a condition of instrumentalization and domination. Even before, it is an abbreviation of how we make sense of the world. In the families where children grow up and discover the world. It has long been common sense in psychology, which deals with the cognitive development of children, that children learn about the world by adopting the perspectives of their caregivers. They see themselves through their mother's eyes. They adopt their father's view of the world and thus grow into language and the symbolic order. This adoption is this adoption of with the caregiver before it adopts his or her attitude. It is, as Kristeva calls it, a primal form of love. During adolescence, children detach themselves from the perspective of their caregivers. New ones come along. Their view of the world changes. What does not change? Even later, we don't just learn something, we learn from others. The German philosopher Axel Honneth argues that as children grow up, qualitative and intersubjective dimensions of world knowledge become apparent. These dimensions underlie not only biographically, but categorically every approach to the world. This includes an attitude of recognition, of taking on perspectives. Only when we accept the other person as a person, recognize him or her, does his view of something become relevant to us and is able to move us. In this way, however, the epistemic subject is always already a communicative subject which is existentially involved and affected by the feelings of the other person. According to Honneth, reification, on the other hand, is a form of amnesia. Quotation, to the extent what we lose the sense in our cognitive processes that they owe their existence to the adoption of his attitude of recognition, we develop the tendency to perceive other people merely as insentient objects. Although we are certainly still cognitively capable of perceiving the whole spectrum of human expressions, we lack, as it were, the sense of connections that would be necessary to be affected by what we perceive. As a consequence, we need a different concept of objectivity. We gain objectivity not through abstraction, which disregards the subjective attitudes of other people. Rather, as Honneth says, it is all the more appropriate and accurate the more perspectives on a single object of perception we are able to grasp. This adoption of other perspectives is in turn bound to emotional openness, to empathy. It requires exposing oneself to the other, to the foreign, to put one's own position on the line again and to question the knowledge. The lack of empathy that Tsitsi Dangarembga criticizes is therefore not just a question of personal behavior. It is a question of common knowledge. For this reason, the discourses of the public require not to limit empathy to the families and to treat them as a part only of the private sphere. This is we owe to the diversity of perspectives of the people in the diversities of our cities and the third spaces. So I come to my last point, Christian resources, and I divide it in aesthetics and ethics. The focus on my last point is on the Christian tradition. What resources does it offer for cultivating empathy beyond the family and one's own group with the other and the stranger? The question concerns the topic of identity. What can support us in dealing with our own foreigners? It also arises at the level of general ethical principles and concrete moral judgments. Let's start with the question of identities. We have seen that the retreat into families and one's own group has to do with the fear of losing identity. This escape cannot succeed because the foreign, according to Kristeva, passes right through us and through our families and groups. We can only make the foreign visible and learn to deal with it. In order to do this, it can be helpful to have images and stories in mind of families who are confronted with exactly this. The Bible contains a lot of them. The central families in the Bible mostly are migrant families. They are on the run. Amoris Laetitia refers to the flight of the Holy Family to Egypt out of fear of Herod. The text draws this flight as a double mirror. It is a mirror of the people of Israel who were sent into exile, persecuted and humiliated. Amoris Laetitia 65. It is also a mirror of refugee families today. Amoris Laetitia 30. every family should look to the icon of the Holy Family of Nazareth. Its daily life had its share of burdens and even nightmares, as when they met with Herod's implacable violence. This last was an experience that, sad to say, continues to afflict in the many refugee families who in our day feel rejected and helpless. The people of Israel emerges from the family of Abraham, which leaves its homeland and experiences violence and persecution far away, just as the people of Israel later did in Egypt. Remarkably, it is precisely in the experience of foreignness and oppression that the history of the family becomes transparent to the history of the people of Israel. The family of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is called the people of Israel for the first time in Exodus chapter 1, verse 9. When the new king sees the many descendants of Jacob, he sees a foreign people. He is terrified. The family of Jesus, which repeats the history of the people in its flight. The people and the family merge into one another, thus torpedoing the contemporary boundaries between the public and the private. The biblical images and narratives of families do not lead us into a family idyll. They do not paint pictures of people who could retreat to the safety of their families. Instead, families risk their identities and set out into the unknown in its dangers and promises. The families expose themselves to the foreign. They walk through the third spaces, and there they build their relationship with God. These families of the Bible can thus be a model for life today, which is condensed in the big cities. They show that foreignness is as much a part of them as a longing for home. We do not have to overcome this tension, but can live it. And we may perceive that God is near. Let's go to the other level, at the level of general ethical principles and concrete moral judgments. We have seen that it takes the adoption of as many perspectives as possible to get a good understanding of the world. This also finds resonance in the biblical texts. Furthermore, the biblical texts contain a reflection on the fact that the personal experience of one's own foreignness makes a claim on general principles. Biblically, the narratives of migration and flight correspond to the general ethical guidelines to protect especially the stranger, the poor, and the marginalized. This is concentrated in Leviticus chapter 19, verse 33 and following. Quotation, "And if a human from another country is living in your land with you, do not make life hard for him. Let him be to you as one of your countrymen and have love for him as for yourself. For you were living in a strange land, in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord, your God." The text takes the experience of foreigners, of the people of Israel in Egypt, as a starting point for turning to the stranger. It is our own foreignness that we should not encounter with fear, but with love. In this, the strangers, the others, should not remain strangers. They should lose their foreignness and be regarded as natives, without separation between us and the other. Yet it is precisely the demand for love that points to the level of a general morality. Hannah Arendt argues this, referring to the commandment to love one's enemy in the New Testament. In the wording of Matthew's Gospel, love your enemy and pray for those who persecute you. Many times this commandment has been trivialized as a noble or romantic ideal that could not be fulfilled, or as a very private thing. Hannah Arendt sees it as a condition of morality that takes into account the different perspectives of the people in their different life situations. It makes the other the criterion of my moral judgment. Ethical judgment and action thus requires the adoption of perspective. My ethical judgment will be all the better the more other perspectives I hear or visualize. Ethics is thus necessarily intersubjective. It cannot close itself off in its own. The commandment to love one's enemies thus establishes what Salah Ben Habib considers necessary in view of our diverse, multicultural and plural societies, an ethics of radical intersubjectivity. I will close. I was born in Germany and grew up there. Later I lived in Vienna for almost 20 years. Vienna, a growing city with soon 2 million inhabitants. A friend of mine, who is also not Viennese, once said to me, Vienna is one of those places where you feel at home even as a foreigner. I felt the same way, and I have thought a lot about why that is. Of course, it has to do with the living conditions, with the possibility to have an income, to raise your children, to live in a good neighborhood. All that is very necessary. And Vienna offers a lot here, at least for EU citizens. But it doesn't only have to do with material conditions. You can feel at home in Vienna because everyone is a little foreign. You may ask the Viennese where they come from. Hardly anyone says he or she comes from Vienna. They come from different areas in Austria, Styria, Burgenland, Salzburg. They come from the countries of the old empire, from the Czech Republic, from Hungary, from Croatia. And they come from Germany, from Turkey, from Tunisia, from Morocco, from the USA, and so on. You feel at home in Vienna as a stranger because you are not the only one. So I didn't have to overcome my own foreignness. It belongs to me and to everyone else. Julia Kristeva has described our own strangeness as a form of the sacred. She refers to Augustine, who describes the strangeness of God. So it is, quotation, God, through whom we learn what we sometimes thought to be ours is foreign to us, and that what we sometimes thought to be foreign is ours. Let us make our cities into places where strangers can feel at home and holiness encounters. Thank you very much.
Grazie davvero.
Thank you so much, Professor Kutzer, for your reflections. And I would like to emphasize or to give my contribution, the interdisciplinary approach of what you have said is particularly important. And this is theology in dialogue with other disciplines. And we should not take this attitude for granted. And I'm referring to cultural studies and post-colonial studies. So the study of the processes of decolonization, as you have shown, becomes a locus theologicum now and today. Also in terms of the relationships between theology, theological practices, and sciences of the city. And there is another unavoidable question, that is to say, migration not in terms of emergency, but as an anthropological reference point that is now independent. I think that we should speak about migrational autonomy. So migrating people and families are not a social emergency, but they are to the forefront. They are representatives of a migrating culture that does not only affect them, that does not only have to do with those that cross borders, but this concerns all those who are committed in crossing borders. So now we have time to ask questions or to make remarks or ask for clarifications for our speakers. We have about 30 minutes. We can do that freely. Everybody can ask, can raise hand and ask the floor, and you can use the microphone. Yes, we do have a microphone. So Jesus has a microphone, so you don't need to stand. You just need to raise your hand if you want to ask questions. Professor Perizzoba. I would like to thank all the speakers. My question is for Estella Mora, because I think that your presentation has been quite thought-provoking, and I would like to focus on one of the points that you have hinted at. I would like you to further expand on that, because I think that this has a lot to do with what we're doing at the Institute. The loss of the effects of losing this sense of communal participation. You started from a remark. You said we cannot go on with a romantic vision in which affections have been privatized. And so I think that the most important topic here is that the sphere of affections is communal, but we do not recognize that. The problem is not that affections cannot be common or communal. We do not have a language to express that they are communal. And I think that there is something absolutely clear, the pandemic. So the fear was a common feeling. So fear is a feeling. We cannot, so it is a common shared feeling. And so what we should do, and from a theological point of view, what we should do is to the romantic vision. What romanticism did is not to think about affections. Affections are passions, and we must not think about them. So affections have been left to totalitarian powers. So what spoils affections are totalitarian attitudes, and so we really need to reflect on affections as a common good. And a very interesting author is René Girard, because he saw and he reflected on how the privatization of affections have been extremely dangerous. And so, the fact that these affections are no longer present in the social sphere. Professor Marengo and then Professor Manzini. Mine is not a question, but I would like to further expand on the points raised by Professor Mora. You have emphasized a couple of times, if I'm not wrong, in your presentation, you have evoked the need to go beyond or to leave the time of the Council of Trient or the Trient paradigm, as Paolo Podi would say. I think we should realize that we are not aware of this need. We are just beginning to think about it. And I think that the synodal period can be a great chance, a great opportunity, but on one condition, that we realize what the mortals, well, I'm not going to say the deadly sin, but what I would like to say is that a winning paradigm of the Trient culture is that only institutions can reform the church. So if we live the synodal time without freeing ourselves from this presumption, we risk spoiling, missing the objective of this synodal time. And so there is the need to go beyond the Triant paradigm. And I fully agree with you when you said that we need to give voice to the cultural relevance of Christianity and of the Church in the world. I think that the tradition that dates back to the Triant Council for centuries has led us to think that the cultural relevance of the Church in the world depends on finding a common stance, a common point where everybody can gather. And I'm thinking of nature, I'm thinking of the category of reason, to show how Christianity values and enhances the universal component. I think that if we read the appeal to brotherhood, to fraternity in this way, we have failed. And I think that reflecting all those issues in terms of family is decisive, because I think that we are really facing a deconstruction of the family itself. And this is very common, or more common, in the Western world. So if we refrain from making other reflections, we will not find a common ground. What we can do is that we can build on what is individual. This should be our starting point for future reflections. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to ask a question that tries to combine the last two reports and maybe also the first one, the concept of reification. So I really appreciated a lot the mention that Stella Mora made. So when you said the synodal path can be understood or mainly as a process of subjectification. So the idea that, if I understood correctly, we should overcome clericalism. Clericalism is a way of thinking that does not concern only priests, but it is a way of thinking that makes the other become the object of knowledge, of culture, and so on. And so depriving them of subjectivity. And Miriam Kurz insisted also on the process of reification of the other, of reality as well, starting from the Onyx reflections, but not only that. So my question to both speakers, but also with the subjects. How can we start new paths of real subjectification? And I'm thinking of Ruth in the first presentation. Ruth could not change her path. She, through the Torah, change the law. Through the Bible, she could even change the legislation that was in force. As a woman, I think that she is an example of becoming a subject that helps modify tradition, and from the land of Moab to enter the law of Jesus, or the land of Jesus. And the final element, the common area as a space of affections, as an area of affection. I think that this common area is very polarized, because on the one hand we have affections, and on the other it has become an aseptic, post-political place with no affections at all. So how can families contribute to this process of subjectification, in a sense of re-elaboration, symbolization of affections? And how can we work on that? Thank you. Stella, do you want to start answering? For the three questions, I think they're very engaging. I think I could make another presentation on that. Just some quick remarks, because I think it would be very useful to weave a common work. Those are issues that affect different competences. So nobody's self-sufficient, no matter how educated and prepared you are. And so we should not only clarify things in theory, but also we should also try to see what happens when you teach, when you learn those subjects. What kind of resistance, what kind of barriers do we have in understanding those topics? I think this would be very useful because we could rephrase or reposition things. So it is not a theoretical clarification. But I would like to start from the first question, also from the last one, on the question of affections and so on. I think that beyond words, this is very important for a theological understanding of the family. I am convinced that it is a key point, a fundamental point, if we are able to resist if we are able to overcome our resistance, because this neo-romanticism does not only belong to others. We are the heir of romanticism. Well, of course, we understand things better now. 30 years ago, we weren't aware of this danger. But I think that the whole point, I don't know how to express myself, we should humanize things again. In Gaudium et Spes, not only with reference to the education of new generation, but also with reference to education of ourselves, we should found a school to humanize people. We should find new foundations for society. And I think that we are ill-equipped. We have a sort of illiteracy, not only in terms of language, which is a big problem, finding the right word. But, and I apologize for saying this, but I think that in the past 100 years, the Church muted affections, has worked a lot to silence them. And people believe that, unfortunately. So, affections have been silenced. Affectivity has been silenced. And so I think that the Isabella's book on tenderness is very important in this in this regard. I think there are places where these issues are being debated. We must be bold enough to learn, I don't know what to say, to learn that we lag behind in these discussions. And so I completely agree with you. So to delegate feelings to the irrational side or to the feminine side, which is considered to be as a synonym of irrational, and my exam at the Gregoriana was concluded with my examiner saying, you have a masculine intelligence. I understand this is a compliment. Okay, I accept it as a compliment, but this is just being fooled. So even, the great theologians sometimes make mistakes. And so feelings left to the rational side, to the feminine side, they paved the way not only to totalitarianism, but also to populism, which is even worse for the Church. So I think that we should reflect on that. And in terms of the paradigm of Trient, I think I would need a lot of time to expand on that, but I fully agree. There are many elements of the Trient paradigm that are used by default and are put in practice by default. One is to delegate to the mediation of culture with so subjectification made sense at that time. So to give subjectivity through education, through individualization, it made sense at that time. Now it is counterproductive because it is a process of reification. Because we cannot delegate things to culture. Another important point is the fact that is another point that I've been quoting, and I'm a bit bored of quoting it again. Yes, Trient has a structure based on the principle of authority that has not existed for the past 200 years, but we assume it's still existing. So we have one direction. This is it's a top-down thing. So we continue educating ministers as executors of. So the assumption is that the institution is the only thing that can modify itself. So this is not the case. The Council has said that. The Pope has said that. And one of the big themes of Pope Francis is that he has a style of magisterium, a style of teaching that, of course, he's a pope. His business is being the pope and acting as a pope, but it is a way to challenge, to call on churches to react. So he doesn't close issues. He refers issues back to churches, to the practical churches, so that they take on responsibility. And so I say this in all simplicity, but I am. Of the assembly in May, Bishop Ablete, and he quoted Don Abbondio from the Betrothed. Those who are not courageous, those who. So I didn't say that. It was the president of the Conference of Bishops who said that. So if there is not enough courage, who can give you courage? So by default, we have the perpetration of this model, of this top-down model. So the synodal paradigm is an attempt to break this perception, but we do have there's a lot that we have to do. We theologians have a responsibility to take. We have just been commenting on the existing theology. We haven't built a new system. We need to build paths that are viable for churches. So, yeah, well, of course, I think it is helpful to consider things as a whole, but the problem is not having a system. The problem is having a theology that poses problems for which there is no answer yet. So we do have our responsibility to take as theologians. And in particular, the question on the use of categories, nature, reason, to construct a common area. I think that Evangelii Gaudium 115 has been undervalued. Francis said grace presupposes culture. Well, Francis wanted to say is that theologians should use as a heuristic category not the categories of nature and ratio, with all the history that they have, that are no longer applicable, but the category of culture should be applied. In our Faculty of Theologies, there is no course on cultural studies or post-colonial studies, which would be the place where sciences of matrimony and family forms that we are still experiencing today. Family is a cultural datum. Basically, it is a substantial element because it draws on ratio, but it draws on the culture that the members of the families have. And final point, because I'm speaking too much, Isabella, I agree with what you said about reification, and I like the points that you have emphasized. How can we interrupt this reification of the world? This is what I would try to do, and I think that it is one towards poor people and the reification of the world, the inability to distinguish that we are partial, finite human beings. And I think that the contribution of women in theology is fundamental, not because they are women, but historically they have tackled the problem. So being partial as a posture, as a position, I think that the only way to combat the objectification of the world is to adopt a partial approach, and also in terms of the world of God. And I think that this is my battle, and I'm saying this with great joy. I'm having fun fighting this battle. I think it is worth fighting it to serve the Church at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the question and for your answer. I will connect to it, and I have 2 points in mind, perhaps 2 examples. In Germany, it was a great discussion why a church during the pandemic is so failing, why she has no answers, and why she is not heard. And on the other hand, families have the main last. They have to work so much during this pandemic. But the church only cared about what is with liturgy and the private and the institution and all this, and they didn't give the families a voice with their problems and with all what is so heavy with them. And so the church gets self-relevant during the pandemic, and I think the special issue is that church has to give the voice to that are not represented. And in the pandemic, we have seen that families with their sorrows are not represented. Then we have Gaudium et Spes. Gaudium et Spes says that joy and hopes and the sorrows are the joys and hopes and sorrows of the church. We could also say the joy and the sorrows of the individuals and of the families are the joys and sorrows of the church. But then you have to give, as a church, them a room where she can be heard. And the other point is the point of sexual abuse, which is a big which is really discussed in Germany. And the point is immer how we can hear the voices of the persons who have a passion sexual abuse. And what we see is that difficulties to hear what is the word for Opfer? I don't. Has very that she has very difficulties to hear the victims of herself, and that she has done the step at all to say we have to tell the stories because we suffer ourselves with the victims, and so. When I told today of Gayatri Spivak is the one who said the marginalized, how can they be heard? Because how can you see them? And they often have no voice because of many reasons. Also, the persons who suffered sexual abuse have no voice because they are traumatized, because it is a very vulnerable thing. And so church is saying, okay, we hear sometimes a few voices, but we don't make it to our So I'm totally agree. We have to speak speak of the culture, of what are the sorrows of the families as a church, and not as a part of the other and the private. And so it is a sort of violence when we do it.
Pochissimi.
We have just a couple of minutes at our disposal. Do you have questions? Professor Pelletier is connected. We do not see her, so you can ask questions to Professor Pelletier to her as well. So you can ask questions. Professor Borden.
Merci. Je vais parler en français, si c'est possible, puisque nous avons les...
I will speak French because we have interpreters. It will be easier for me to speak. I am challenged. I'm really challenged by the questions and by the specific question, how can academia and university institutes, I'm referring to Professor Morat, what should universities do when now that a common communal sphere has disappeared? Based on what you have said, and I am referring to Professor Kunze, how should we act so that families that live in a world where the communal sphere has disappeared, how can they become a laboratory for what are the mediating instances that can cooperate with communities in the church itself so that the voices can be heard? And so the question is, now we are reflecting on the way in which we can create and we can develop other training programs. For instance, do we need to rely on movements, on lay movements? I think that movements in the laity offer families a room that can be defined as a common space or communal space. But the risk, the danger, is that there is a clash between visions and between elaborations of the approaches to the common sphere that are juxtaposed, that run counter against each other. I think this is a true challenge for all university institutions because we are not we need to look for people who need these common areas. During realized that many parishes had the opportunity to reach out to young people. The confirmation. So, and they had moments where they could share, they could pray on the web, on the internet. It was enough to sign in, and it was a very, it was a thing that I really appreciated because the young people were able to create these common spaces in a time of pandemic.
Sì, allora, come credo si possa intuire, queste questioni.
Well, I think that these questions that affect affect universities, these issues are very interesting for me. It's not an answer that I would like to give, but I would like to put on the table what I have cooked, and then we will see. And the first thing is the following. I think that a university institution, and in particular pontifical universities or Catholic universities, have done exactly the same thing. In this trinomial public-private common space, abolished everything and only left teaching and research. And it's in fact it considered teaching as useless and research much more important. And this is something that the process of Bologna is trying to create: research, teaching, third mission. These are the three pillars under the Bologna process. And I think that we think of the ideal theologian who spends 12 hours a day in a library, not being disturbed, a person who knows all the sources, and he's capable of writing a monograph, 800 pages thick monograph on a theological issue. I'm being ironical, of course. But what I want to say is that Veritatis Gaudium gives us clear indications, and we should take on responsibility to reconstruct this trinomial: research, teaching, third mission, depending on the specialty of our university, of course. Each one of us is a professor because we love studying, and our public sphere is teaching because we have the need. We have needs, and so if we only consider our research, our students are not up to standards because they don't know languages, they don't know so many things. But it's exactly the other way around. They are the public sphere. I live in this world, and of course I interact with the world. Communal space is third mission, and I think this is extremely different for our universities to develop, and it is closely associated to the other question. It's a third mission that can find the right students, not starting from the private sphere and making offers. We offer thousands of types of courses for operators, for pastoral teaching, Sundays, Sunday school, summer school. Okay, this will not change our resistance. This will not change us. We are not a corporation. We are not a company. And we should the alternative between public and private is not it's not to say, well, that's how things are going, that's how the world is, I try to make money, I have more students, I can sell my ideas much better. No, this is not the question. The question is that we should work on third mission. It must be a very serious point, because we can find users in this way. We can have an intermediate sphere so that fulfill their needs, and we can better understand the instruments that people need to address their problems. So how can how can this institute or the Gregoriana University launch a third mission? Well, it's a good question, and I wish you good work. Well, this is something that we haven't been doing since the end of the Scholastic. So that's how the Scholastic used to work, and we must not do away with this tradition, this heritage. Same content, so only taking the contents and not the method. So that's where we should start. That's where we. That's how we can understand how to fulfill our third missions. Some experiments have been quite successful. So they do not work. They're not successful under the point of view of business. So they do not work in terms of outcome. They're not successful in terms of outcomes, but they are very successful in terms of the relevance of our work. We can, so it's not being self-centered and self-referential. That's how I see things. I hate the expression looking for our students because it's horrible. But I know that you need to be relevant to have students. And this is something I'm really passionate about, and I am trying to work hard on that. I apologize for being a bit long.
Just a small point, very small. I'm in a very glad situation. I'm in Kassel. 3 women, and we all 3 have children, 2. And in the pandemic, our children went around in the offices, and all my students know my daughters, and so my family is very present, also for my students, and also the children of my colleagues. And this is not anything we want to deny or we hide, but we are fighting with the picture of the professor who is working 12 hours and produces his texts and is reading all the time, and it's so much work and so much stress to work with it, and the only thing we try to do is to make visible that we are not only professors, not only theologians, and that we are persons with families, and they belong to us, and they belong to our theology. And for our students, I think this is very important, because they get pictures that they must not divide their professions and their families. Then it belongs to them as a person, and you haven't to manage the ideal of the whole lots. So you have to shift it to survive. That's the small point, I have to say.
Io desidero ringraziare anche a nome di tutti le nostre 3 relatrici di questa mattinata per il contributo.
So let me thank our 3 speakers this morning for the contribution that they've given to our common reflection, and also the remarkable contribution that they've given to the life of this institute. So we shall now resume at 3 p.m. for the afternoon session. Thank you very much.
Pronto?
Sì, salve professore, sono il tecnico.
Ah, ci sono,
Sente?
perfetto, funziona tutto, perfetto.
Sì,
Mi
non c'è
sentite,
nessuno,
mi
la sala è
vedete?
vuota.
Non ho capito.
La sala è vuota, non c'è nessuno.
Sì, lo so, no, era solo perché mi aveva detto Valeria
Sì,
di collegarmi qualche 2 mesi per
perfetto.
fare
Lei
la
mi
prova.
sente bene,
Ma
no?
tutto bene, si vede, si sente?
Tanto il link è sempre questo.
Perfetto, va bene, grazie,
Grazie.
a dopo.
Ah.
our seminar on living beyond the boundaries of one's own home, family, fraternity, and common space. In the afternoon session, we would like to reflect on the practices and on the places of common fraternity. So the communal space, how to understand this and in families, how to take on responsibilities for the communal space. And family is called upon to go beyond its own limits and constraints and we as individuals, we must also go beyond our own boundaries to feel a greater proximity. As a professor of philosophical anthropology, I thought of Karol Wojtyła, and on this issue he mentions participation. He wrote an essay, Participation or Alienation, where he makes a very strong remark. He says the main problem of life of mankind in our time, and in all times maybe, is the following: participation or alienation. So participation or alienation. And what Wojtyła calls participation is very closely linked with the notion that we are discussing today. So the quest for communal space. For Wojtyła, participation is defined as men's ability to partake in others' humanity. So he gives two definitions of participation. One is participation, partaking in others' humanity, which means that the other becomes a self. So the neighbor becomes another self. I look at him or her as another myself. So this would be an aspect of participation. How can participation be realized? Through actions. Wojtyła writes, the notion of participation expresses the property or characteristic based on which we act and exist as persons together with others, while not stopping to be ourselves and fulfilling our potential in the action of others. Participation is the ability to participate together so that each one can fulfill themselves. So acting not one together with another, but acting in a communal way, while the other becomes another self for us. So, living in a common world, how can this be realized? Through common action, through sharing responsibilities for this common world. Practices, social structures. In this case, we need to ask ourselves, do those practices help increasing participation, or do those practices promote alienation? Do we meet as another self? If yes, we have participation. In Amoris Laetitia, Pope Francis mentions the family. At the beginning of Amoris Laetitia 181, he mentions an imperative. The family must not think of itself as enclosed in and the family should not be cut off the rest of society. The family goes beyond its limit in looking for others. So family as such moves from itself, and it is interested in the world as a family. And because as a family, it means that the future generations are at stake, especially in families where there are siblings, fathers, if the structures of the state, of the welfare state, of the legal order are fair or unfair. We cannot say I'm not interested in that, because what it is at stake is the next generation, is our children, siblings, a family as a transgenerational reality. So we are interested in all this also for the sake of future generations. We should also mention spaces, and I thought of a discussion among physicians and philosophers, Newton and Leibniz. You know that Newton thought of the space as a container. So it is a container, and something happens inside this container. This is the notion of space for Newton. For Leibniz, on the contrary, space is a relation. So for time would not would not make sense. Space in theology, in philosophy, space is a relationship, and the relationships are a space. Families create space because it is a relational reality. So the space is filled with relations. To have a common space means having relations where each one can participate. So relations that are not closed but open. How are those relations realized? How is this mesh of relations implemented? It is implemented through actions. Be open to the others, the actions of families and of individuals that make a society. So this afternoon we will be talking about this, practices and actions as a form of action that realize a common space. So the practice of taking care of others, of giving care, then hospitality, in a strict sense and in a wider sense, having an open heart, having social friendship, and then common action through relations, through participation. And we also get to social innovation, which a subject which will be dealt with by the third paper. So I now give the floor to the next speaker. The first speaker today is Professor Pier Davide Guenzi, and he is connected with us via the web. He is professor of moral theology, of wedding and of marriage and family here at the Pontifical Theological Institute John Paul II. He's also visiting professor at the Theological Faculty of Northern Italy, Milan, and also at the Catholic University of the Sacred Heart. In his activity, in his research, he studies the historic development of ethical issues with reference to the social and cultural context. Since 2018, he has been president of the Italian Theological Association for the Study of Morals, and he will speak. He has a presentation on caring or caregiving, healing wounds by regenerating social relations. Professor Guenzi, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation of the afternoon session. So my task is to open this session, and I will deal with the topic caring, healing wounds by regenerating social relations. In the myth of Prometheus, the endowments that humanity receives as gifts express how human beings are mutually relied upon to cope with the existential limitation that unites them. The salvation of humanity, or at least the desire not to succumb to death, does not only pass through the technological power, so the gift of fire and the possibility of healing diseases with medicines, nor can it only rely on the social aggregation that delimits with its laws the space established by the polis to protect it from the barbarian invasions. So faced with the fear of losing the world and of losing oneself in the world, the hope of mankind finds its roots in the ability to live relationships feeling mutually entrusted to the care of each other. The theme of care involves highlighting its power to unite those who know they are vulnerable with those who live in an overt situation of being a vulnerable human being. This is possible where attention to the wound, vulnus, of the other is not concealed, but on the contrary is acknowledged. So it is not only seen with a clinical eye as a problem to be solved, but wounded, but also the power to wound with one's own indifference and one's own contempt. The wound of the other, wounding the other, activates a sensitivity that has to govern opposite feelings. They can develop positive and negative outcomes, however, they are susceptible to a reflexive return, even when they are initiated in an impulsive way. The recognition of the other's wound passes through the re-elaboration of the vulnerability of one's own body, of one's own history of life, of the social and cultural and economic conditions in which it takes place. So the recognition of the wound of the other remodulates the awareness of one's being. It forces a return on oneself. As the philosopher Elena Pulcini recalled in her last book before she died of COVID, the first fundamental prerequisite to condition to which both the subject and the other are ontologically exposed, and of which both make experience within the relationship of care, the caring relationship. So to suggest the importance of urgency of reflecting on care are not only the situations of fragility that always accompanies men, but in our contemporary scenario, the unprecedented forms of a power of intervention in the world and in human life that, according to the suggestive interpretation of Paul Ricoeur, only amplify the perception of the fragility of the human condition. The fact fact that, as Ricoeur writes, man is a threat to man. Modernity is characterized precisely by the multiplication of powers and therefore by and where there is fragility, there is responsibility. For my part, says Ricoeur, I would be tempted to say that the object of responsibility is the fragile, the perishable that challenges us, because the fragile in some way is entrusted to our custody and entrusted to our care. If the fragile active taking on of his weakness, it is just as decisive to rethink one's own image of the consistency of one's ego. So not being afraid to let itself be changed in its presumed solidity by the appeal of those who are wounded. So the recognition of the wound is the first act which predisposes to attention to the other and to the activation of caregiving. This commitment is not only reserved to exceptional circumstances in life, nor is it only to be entrusted to those who exercise a particular profession, who are caregivers within the community. Rather, it characterizes the daily relationships within the family, in which the care of the self, the care of the couple, the care for the couple, and between generations, the disposition to care for a new life and the tenacious vigilance over the sick life and life that is ending, allowed us to see the fulfillment of the story of care and caregiving. But they also make us particularly sensitive to the opposite of care, neglect, that touches social and civil life and generates processes of desertification of affection and feelings and the tenacity of mutual trust, even within a family. The second point that I would like to tackle in my presentation, after having introduced the idea of wounds that require to be healed and recognized, is care that must be exercised. So there is the possibility of inhabiting the common space that unites, not simply by setting up the normative network to guarantee justice, of passion and social action. Care represents a particular reaction in the face of the limits of justice itself, when justice is thought as an aseptic delimitation of individual rights, when justice is deprived of those passions that connote it as a firm determination for the acknowledgement of the other, especially in situations of need, dependence, fragility, and vulnerability. So the strength of the ethics of care lies in not being grounded in normative precepts or in deontological imperatives, but in material and symbolic forms of organizing one's own life and world. Adriana Cavarero, in this respect, speaks of a bending subject, suggesting how care can represent a peculiar posture of the human being. So to the upright subject, tending to assert himself in his own self-sufficiency, or to the improvement, cultivation, ascetist or elitist of his own self, she opposes the image of an inclined, of a bending subject, so leaning towards something that is outside himself or herself. So clearly, also with regard to this image, there remains the need to overcome stereotypes and gender identifications So the feminine image, but the archetypes of the relationship cannot but consider the domestic forms of reciprocal proximity to the life of the other, to evoke the find and construct their own form of life. The image of the bending subject requires then to be developed beyond the scope and metaphor of the maternal relationship in order not to freeze the two sides of the relationship in the fixed roles of the subject that gives care and the other that receives care. Rather, it should introduce an alternative vision of an ascetic subject, a subject in a relationship, in reciprocal dynamics, in which both parties are involved in a constant exchange of roles or reversal of positions depending on the context and circumstances. So caregiving involves the welcoming, custody and promotion of the human beings. This is the daily life of families, simply lived before being known or taken up through inclusive categories. The peculiar structure of the family finds a typical expression in planning new generations, with which not only is the space of another created, so the child, in view of one's own future, but the truth of oneself is rediscovered, the fact of having been generated, rooted in the memory of one's past as a child, and so linked and bound by previous generations. The interweaving of gift and generation, which lies at the heart of the family code, allows the idea of dependence to be understood in a positive way, not as a frustration, constraint of one's individual freedom, but a possible access to a truth about one's own person, which is not limited to protecting one's independence, but is understood starting from the recognition of others. In the typical expression of the family bond, one learns on one's own flesh that each person is not self-made, but at the root of the being of each person there is someone who has taken care of him or her, welcoming, accepting her, and opening up for her the promising horizon of life. Caregiving finds its transparent visibility within the life cycle of a family and the ages of each person's life. It crosses those dimensions of risk and vulnerability that identify the same practices of care and their organization in a wider political body of society. So it is possible to trace a path of these moments supported by the indications given in Amoris Laetitia, which will not be dwelt upon in this presentation. So care is not only with reference to family ethos, but it is inherent in a seamless fashion to the link between family and society. There are multiple recurrences, at least 15 recurrences of the expression taking care, caring in Pope Francis' exhortation. They converge not only on the well-being of persons within the family, but as paragraph 276 says, to make a sense that the world and society are also our home. They are echoed by Fratelli Tutti in neglect and lack of interest for the present and future destiny of the common home, without any claim to completeness, but simply offering a thematic index of aspects that need to be taken up again. We can focus on some fields of human experience in which the practice of care is decisive and for which family life can represent a natural context of nourishment. So, First, there is care that initiates life, that not only gives birth to human beings in time, but also equips itself to prepare an environment in which to welcome and pay attention to the fragility associated with coming to the world. As Migina Mortari aptly writes, since we are relational beings whose thinking and feelings are formed in the relationships that structure the living space, even original feelings such as hope and trust cannot but have a relational quality. They take shape at the beginning of life in the context of primary relationships. They come from the original vital relationships, which at the beginning of individual time take care of beings. So, care that cultivates life can be associated with another aspect of care, care that cultivates and nourishes life and expresses itself within the educational work with a view to not only to transmit knowledge or specific skills, but with a view to transmitting those elements that are necessary to give shape to the potentials inscribed in each one's being and to develop a critical thought able to discern the good from the bad that allow the growth to grow as human beings. For this type of care, it is necessary to adopt a novel understanding of authority, not paternalism that replaces the subject to educate, but through an exercise oriented to, as Guardini said, to the growth of the primary good of the other. So authority that is understood as authorial authority. So authority that acts by awakening in the other his being a free auctor, a free subject of one's life, so capable of bringing something new in the world through their existence. Moreover, there is care which repairs life, so which develops within the necessary from the operative point of view, but which actively listens to the mix of hopes and fears which accompany such experiences, experiences of sickness. Here, care operates not only to give a prompt answer, sometimes a complex answer with regards to clinical decisions, but it is exercised in the art of dialogue and relationship to help restructure the symbolic horizon from which the patient interprets the disease, so that he can find hope or new hope in a future perspective, a perspective that lies ahead of him, although during illness. So care and the power of a gaze which protects the other, that guards their fragility, that commits itself to recognize the uniqueness and the originality of the suffering of the other. So to open up hope during illness. Then there is a form of care which allows us to give thanks for life, which is exercised in caring for the elderly, continuing to honor in them the root of a gift of humanity which passes from because they suffer from the fact that time is sometimes lived without hope and is deprived of all planning. It is therefore a question of considering life in the elderly person, especially in conditions of evident cognitive and volitional fragility, as worthy of being lived. and it must be accompanied towards death, understanding that even this last segment of life is not deprived of meaning, but entrusted to responsible care and sympathy of those who recognize and will continue to guard its unfailing value. Finally, there is a type of care that makes the world habitable for the present and future generations, and that is made explicit in the model of integral ecology proposed by Pope Francis in Laudato Si. While environmental sciences focus on the factual and empirical links through the descriptive and prospective processes, Francis intends to include the environment in those connections of meaning that must be recognized and respected in the multiple dimensions of human action. So the image of the home contained in the world ecology, therefore, not only refers to the objective fixation of a space, of a habitat assigned to each living being, to biotic ties, to forms of adaptation and interactions between beings. It recalls the capacity proper to human beings to elaborate an original perception of the world as a reality in which all can find their place and feel at home because it is good. It therefore refers to a way of experiencing reality that is grounded on an anthropological basis, and for this reason it cannot but refer to the identity of the human subject in the complex interaction with everything that defines and sets one's living, without forgetting that this operation to turn on themselves, a self-care that allows one to define the quality of one's emotions and thoughts that give impetus to actions. This introspective movement allows a person to recognize that they are already anticipated by a relationship with their own life, which does not feed on themselves, but originates and thrives the component of feelings, including empathy and compassion, are important for care, but they require to be framed within the objective condition of the web of contextual practices. Good care requires to adopt a critical, a reflective attitude towards one's own emotions in order of a conscious choice in which attention to the other does not exclude respect and self-awareness, and love for the other does not mean renouncing love for oneself. Similarly, I wanted to stress the importance of discretion, which is very important also for caregivers and in organizing the life of polis. So discretion in its double meaning of ability to identify the concrete need through a careful attention to situations and people. So discretion as a proper judgment. And the other notion of an action that does not aim at visibility, so as to reduce the other to an object in which to shine the clarity of one's gesture by attracting attention to oneself, but rather decentralizing towards the other while respecting the mystery of one's own being. Third and final part of this contribution quality of the social bond and the commitment necessary to bridge the ever-existing gap between political power, social body, and the function of institutions. Institutions that are called to reconcile political planning with the real needs and aspirations of people. So, in particular, is it pure technical? Something else required for a more widespread culture of citizenship and a shared civil ethos based not only on the multiplication of rules, but on the motivations of living together. Be connected in a more explicit and visible way with the politics of everyday life. That is, with all those actions that are carried out in the ordinary experience of life and that have in themselves, before in the effects and the claiming of rights, an importance that goes beyond the private dimension. The commonality that unites us and the sign of dependence and need, fragility, and vulnerability is the area that is suitable for the political visibility of gestures of care. They should not be thought as a replacement for what is due as justice, but as a possibility of not suffocating justice in the meshes of a system of rules, thought as the only safeguard for the protection of persons and the cultivation. Carol Gillian, in her pioneering A Different Voice, had already pointed out in 1982. So it is necessary not only to remove all gender identification from care, so with reference to its feminine qualification, but also to overcome the barrier between private dimension, in which the field of care carries out its task of protecting fragility, and the public sphere, in which justice and its rules of fairness are assigned to the organization of social life, and thus give care a specific and characterizing political value. This will benefit not only the civil ethos, but the very reflection on justice, because it makes possible to integrate the formality of its definition and the technicality of its application in a universalist key with a greater attention to the dimension of contextuality. The evaluation and action according to the logic of categories and principles, requires for its adequate form for the benefit of social bonds to be integrated and not be juxtaposed with a way of facing reality and thinking about the action under a context-sensitive approach, which is typical of the notion of care. If the former dimension, so the dimension of principles, focuses on the rules that must be observed, the latter, so the context, a sensitive approach, focuses on the relationships to be safeguarded. Responsive solicitude in a form that pays attention to concrete moral agents within a particular society. An attention that the simple categorical normative dimension is not able to guarantee when limited within the task of defining universal principles of behavior, and is not able to support since it lacks a specific motivational force and an adequate posture for the sensitive recognition of what we have in common as humans. Emphasis on politics as care involves the constant oscillation between providing for the many, to which justice aspires in its distributive and legal form, with situational attention to concrete relational contexts in which justice itself is put to the test and requires integrating into the design of its weaving attention to the particular, to particulars, for those practices and words that operate to integrate everyone into the communitas. It is necessary, therefore, to translate the culture of hospitable proximity, which knows how to create familiarity, where culture irretrievably separates or confines itself to a neutral indifference. So theology knows that this is the meaning of divine agape in a politically constructive language. Love does not have as its addressee another person whom conventional them service users. Love recognizes and constitutes proximity, while society elaborates strategies that anonymize and marginalize people, and while mainstream culture tends to remove what tends to be perceived as destabilizing for its survival. In caring for the poor, the maximum extension of proximity is announced. However, this proximity is constituted and created within those ties that are culturally available and that can give meaning to common living. These bonds refer to the elementary relationships of life. Relationship between men and women, parents and children, brothers and sisters. In reference to these relationships, a basic ethos emerges. Social covenant. So this route passes through the consideration of the original link binding Christian love and those elementary forms of human proximity, so within this context, the idea of care may have a profound political meaning. Within this context that is so typical of the West, the Church, as the custodian of the Memoria Passionis at the center of its faith, as recalled several times by John Baptist Metz, can produce a public use not only of its regions that are often subject to inevitable abstractions, but of the same passionate profile fed by an anamnestic rationality. The privileged way for a shared ethos on the part of the Christian community passes not through the simple setting up of a public discourse that aspires to be a moral authority for the modern secularized society, but through continuous narration of the founding core of the ecclesial faith, that is to say, fidelity to its founding story. So, next to the permanence of a Christian and intra-ecclesial typicality of understanding, existence and acting, a common ethos can be opened up among the subjects of modern complex society, starting from the recognition of the authority of the sufferer, of the community of human beings need to have a founding relationship to exist in order to continuously regenerate the social bond that only exists if subjects are mutually recognized. And this recognition at the basis of, at the core of the founding relationship is based on the symbolism of gifts in its dynamics of a practice that creates social relationships based on trust and gratuitousness, of recognition, of generation. Those processes come before any pact of social rules, but they represent their sense, and here again we refer to caregiving. as is suggested by Paul Ricoeur, human relations are oriented towards generation. And so they are never neutral, but always inevitably generative or degenerative. They're always establishing or displacing others. From a theological point of view, the horizon of justice of God not only gives reason to the foundation of the moral rule, but it also makes it possible to identify practice under the sign of the priority quest for all those elements that are reconciling, so that are capable of allowing a form of justice that goes beyond the mere supine regulation of the code of present reality. A justice that, in order not to lose its quality, must become creative, as Otilif said. That is, that does not limit itself to recognizing relationships for what they are, but that elevates those relationships marked by opacity, violence, and inequality, creating further spaces of familiarity between persons. So this perceptive acuity for this time of justice, this permanent sensitivity, is in Christians the trait of the welcoming and reconciling divine agape that has reached, that has started, is founded in the Easter of Jesus. And in this light, it is an understanding of justice that takes on the higher profile of attitude of recognition of the other. The Christian community, knowing how to offer human and environmental contexts that favor the encounter and the care of people, can thus become a particularly sensitive seismograph to identify those situations of neglect that link the processes of impoverishment and desertification of the earth with those of the unhappy decline of the good quality of human relationships. The evangelical description of the final judgment in Matthew 25 does not cease to disturb the believer, who, leaving aside the shock produced by the narrative progression, has seen in the text a more reassuring normalization. So the listing of the works of corporal mercy, producing for the sake of substantialist anthropology the corresponding integration with the works of spiritual mercy. The evangelical scene of Matthew 25 does not allow any simplification and does not allow any appropriation by believers of the exercise of mercy. All nations, based on the text, are summoned by a word which discriminates humanity according to the criterion of care and neglect, which has sustained the multiplicity of acts of which the life of each of us is composed. The works in which the judgment is substantiated are not merely actions, but they indicate also in their symbolic reference the essential guidelines of a practice of care and the respective practical misrecognition, which is neglect. Care starts from those basic needs that sustain life to appease the pangs of hunger and thirst, those same needs that on entering the world the newborn claims for itself after overcoming the trauma of separation from his mother's body. The care extends to those acts in which dignity is restored to the other, confirming their place in the assembly of humans and thus allowing the development and support of their personal capabilities, as symbolically expressed in the gesture of dressing the naked. Finally, care allows for the integration of those who, in particular situations of life, are brought to the margins of consideration, the consideration of the community, who suffer segregation and remain blocked in a condition which cancels all hope. And this is the example of the sick, of the prisoner evoked in Matthew's text. The text therefore testifies to the fears of mankind, a challenge for survival, the disavowal of one's own dignity, marginalization, and social isolation. Here, care from passion becomes action, maybe in an unconscious way, as the irony of the text leaves open. In any case, these are gestures that particularize the relationship and do not outline ideas, or better, they allow ideals to be understood within the real plot of common life and of ordinary men. Behind anyone, any of you, any of the little ones that the Gospel speaks of. And so in this exercise, in the gestures evoked in the Gospel, behind all these acts lies the shocking protagonist, the king judge, in the weakness of a claimed need, in the confusion of an exposed nakedness, in the segregation from the city of men, exactly like Jesus, the crucified King Messiah. And so, what is surprising about care, which we understand task, the caregivers. Well, so this surprising dimension is contained in the Gospel. It is the question that it sounds like consolation for some and despair for others. When have I ever? The believer and his examination of conscience are left with the disquiet about the real value of their actions. This value is already available and is capitalized in care in those gestures that in Matthew's page are, first of all, cura. Before being cura hominis, there's a connection problem.
Ok, finito. Grazie, professore. Grazie. Bene, allora.
So thank you very much, Professor, for your presentation on caretaking. In order to take care, we need first and foremost to recognize our own vulnerability. We can take care of the vulnerable, but first we must recognize our own vulnerability. And we must also recognize that all human beings share dependency. And this is not necessarily just a source of frustration, something limiting our freedom or somehow restraining our autonomy, but it can also be seen as an opportunity, as an access to truth concerning our own being. The professor has also explained some of the settings and contexts where special care is provided at the beginning of life, or when healing must take place, or when we want to make the world more inhabitable. And then we have the social dimension of care. He then closed his presentation by quoting the wonderful passage of the final judgment, and it comes as a shock. We are going to be judged according to the care relations that we have practiced in our life. So it is care that we have been able to provide to Jesus, the crucified Messiah. So thank you very much, Professor Gwenzi, for your presentation. And now I would like to introduce our next speaker, Professor Isabella Guanzini. She was born in Cremona, but she lives in Vienna. She speaks German fluently. We were able fundamental theology at the Catholic University of Linz. She teaches both in Linz and in Vienna. She earned a PhD in fundamental theology at the Vienna University and a PhD in humanistic studies at the Catholic University of Sacro Cuore of the Sacred Heart in Milan. Her research focuses on the problem of translating biblical theological categories in the contemporary plural Christianity and psychoanalysis. She has published many papers, A Philosophy of Joy, which was published this year, Neo-Gnosticism, which was published in 2019, and then Tenderness, the Revolution of Gentle or Soft Power, 2017. Professor Isabella Guanzini will speak to us about the following theme, dilating and enlarging the spaces of love between domestic hospitality and social friendship. Professor, you have the floor. So thank you very much, Professor Kamposki, for your introduction, and thank you for having invited me to attend this meeting. I am very honored to be here today. I would like to start my presentation following the spirit of Fratelli Tutti. So I went in search of good alliances. I think it is impossible today to engage in theology without forging alliances with what is not theology, so with the scientific world, with the literary or philosophical world. And through these alliances, I have tried to outline, to weave the fabric of a discourse on family, to use Lacombe's words, which, however, should not be developed within a narrative, an intimate narrative of affections, but rather must be opened up to a less protected and broader setting where the threshold between public and private becomes frayed and blurred, revealing the humanity of beings. So I don't want to just preserve one tradition. I don't want to defend values. I don't want to protect the human person from possible perversions, nor does it want to raise the anthropological issue as something exclusive to a particular vision of the world. Rather, it wants to show how we can be human beings today in the current context, starting from what we have, the reality of families as they exist today, without removing complexity, fragility, disruptions which are constantly besetting it. And my first focus, my first attention goes to the second part of the title, social friendship. And here I am forging an alliance with a philosopher who was often mentioned today, Hannah Arendt, with particular reference to an essay she has written and have read and reread on several occasions. I'm referring to a short which is the speech that the address that she gave on accepting the Lessing Prize in Hamburg in 1959. And Hannah Arendt questions herself experience, the Holocaust. So darkness that she experienced is somewhat different from the darkness that we are in today. However, there is some resonance and some similarity. She's Jewish. She has escaped persecution, and her final belief, a firm conviction, is that after all these upheavals and disruptions, what really matters is to maintain and retain one's contact with the world, being in a close relationship with reality. To speak of humanity in dark times means to ask ourselves, how do we want to stay human in a world which is becoming inhuman, when around ourselves reality becomes threatening and uncertain. So what is at play, especially in the family, I believe, is something quite fundamental. That is to say, the attitude vis-à-vis the world, this particular world. And this is not something that we take for granted. The world is a living reality where each and all of us, each family, has the power to take action and intervene. Hannah Arendt writes, the world lies between people, and this in-between, much more than, as is often taught, man or even man, is today the object of the greatest concern and the most obvious upheaval in almost all the countries of the globe. The in-between. The in-between she is speaking of here is the space that we need in order for us to come together, the physical and psychic space of bonds and lack of bonds, the space of antagonism or harmony, the space of freedom which is exercised or of an open conflict. There are stages and phases in human history when this in-between becomes dangerously thinner and becomes obscured. I certainly feel very much in agreement with what Stella Mora was saying this morning. This in-between coincides with the communal space that she was talking about this morning. This in-between is a space which is not mine or yours and becomes disquieting and uncertain. Brett has called this space, when space becomes a threat, dark times. Dark times are those times when the communal space thins out, becomes frayed, and becomes almost threatening. Dark times are those when the public space atrophies, almost tends to disappear, because the spectre of suspicion looms large. Anything which is built outside mine is to be avoided. And this is something that is often stated and said within families. Outside our family circle, there is a threat, there is a menace. So the flight from freedom, as Eric Fromm would call it, that is to say, closing oneself into the private sphere, disavowing any obligation vis-à-vis the world, renouncing responsibility, could represent at these times not necessarily something evil for individuals, because sometimes you're seeking safety, you want to feel secure. But Hannah Arendt says each such retreat, there is an almost demonstrable loss of the world which takes place. So what is lost is the specific and usually irreplaceable in-between which should have formed between this individual and his fellow men. So if we withdraw, if we retreat, this gives us security and safety, but it's a loss. So between the world and the people inhabiting the world, there isn't a direct relationship which is not mediated, not even in the private sphere, not even in the family dimension. This in-between space may disappear without something very important being lost. So we have this in-between space, which is so essential, not just in the public sphere, but also in the family setting. When in history this in-between was no longer the outcome of a natural agreement or a pre-established harmony, but is a horizon laden with interference, threatened by dangers, the individuals and groups have traditionally shown two different responses. One is the instinct to survive, so the tendency to disappear, the tendency to retreat, to eclipse, lockdowns. People withdraw. Sometimes it's something that we choose, sometimes this is something which is imposed on us, as happens to sensitive plants whose sensitive leaves retract at the slightest touch. So when we are threatened, just like these sensitive plants, we withdraw. So that's one possible response, a tendency to withdraw and retreat. The other possible response at a time of crisis, at a time of darkness, this retreat has led to the strengthening and intensification of what is my own family, my own affections, and my own grouping. Very rational, very clear-minded. Sometimes she could be quite spiky, but Arendt says that it is precisely in the persecuted peoples, exiled peoples, that the form of fraternity becomes stronger. In pariah peoples, which are destined to be marginalized, like the Jews. So it's a privilege which entails a very high cost, but in pariah peoples we see that finally there is fraternity. It's as if it were a molecular phenomenon. This attrition and a warmth of human relationships. People feel more united, they feel closer together, they feel warmer, they feel more loving. Something great which, and I'm quoting Arendt, can breed a kindliness and sheer goodness of which human beings are otherwise scarcely capable. Frequently, it is also the source of a vitality, a joy in the simple fact of being alive, rather suggesting that life comes fully into its own only among those who are, in worldly terms, the insulted and injured. But in saying this, we must not forget that the charm and intensity of the atmosphere that develops is also due to the fact that the pariahs of this world enjoy the great privilege of being unburdened by care for the world. End of quote. Now, this is a very harsh statement because it also applies to herself, but the apparent harshness of this reflection, which of course well, she's going to criticize compassion in Rousseau because he states that this is the origin of the human, and she says, I do not agree with this type of argument. But however, she doesn't, she's not saying that compassion or warmth are valueless. However, she believes that in dark times, there is a phenomenon whereby people come together, come closer together, but this goes hand in hand with a radical loss of the world. It is a loss of the in-between because there is an excess of presence and proximity. So we lose the world is lost. The communal space is dismantled, and this is the price paid to intensify what is our own, what is to intensify what belongs to us. This is the price paid. So when we reflect on the family as a nurtured love, a well-maintained, a well-sheltered love, we also need to consider its social effects. There can be a joyful intimacy in our own house, nest, but this may not necessarily give rise to warmth towards the outside world. Sometimes the opposite happens. We are using our own emotional resources to warm our This is also true when it comes to fighting global warming. The more you try to heat your home, the more you are polluting the outside environment. Well, we can see this in Amoris Laetitia. The individualism so prevalent today can lead to creating small nests of security where others are perceived as bothersome or a threat. Such isolation, however, cannot offer greater peace or happiness. Rather, it straightens the heart of a family and makes its life all the more narrow. This is Amoris Laetitia 187. The corrupt form of love, as Ege highlights in his early writings, is the form which has a relationship with ownership and property in their several declinations. It is love for what is our own in opposition to what is not similar to us, or it's love for our own love is a form of pressure to love more those who are more like us. And Nietzsche gives a sarcastic antidote to this. Nietzsche does not encourage us to love our neighbor, but rather those who are further away from us, as a reaction to identitarian love, which hinders and distorts the productivity of love. You to love thy neighbor. I suggest rather to escape from the neighbor and to love those who are the furthest away from you. Of course, it's been very provocative here, but sometimes Nietzschean provocations hide radical Christian truths, in my opinion. And the philosopher Slavoj Zizek is just as to put an end to the imaginary circuit of narcissistic reflection, where the individual loses himself or herself. So if you hate your neighbor, you must learn to love the other because he or she is other, and not stop loving your neighbor because your neighbor ends up being different from yourself. So also the unification process, which is the romantic dream of a couple as an ideal unit, corresponds to a corrupt image of love. And Massimo Recalcati's book is entitled "There is no such thing as a sexual relation," because this is almost a mirage. This is something almost impossible. There's total unity, and this impossibility is analyzed. So we have this just as the ecstatic tension of religious experience imprison individuals in something which is illusory, which corrupts the communal space, and Hannah Arendt criticizes privacy along those lines. She believes that privacy is a loss, is a space which is deprived of the substantial elements of communal life. Being with others means belonging to a common world, thanks to which we can enter into a relationship and at the same time keep the right distance from the other. Perhaps this is the lesson that we can learn from the tragic experience of COVID. It was a traumatic experience, but it can help us understand how to best develop a process whereby we can understand how to keep the right distance from others. So me and the other tends to retract, so that on the one hand individuals live in privacy, isolation and strangeness, and on the other they literally fall over each other because there is a table which disappears. We need a table in order to speak to each other. We need a table at which we can sit and where we can look at each other, and this allows us to speak to each other, to have an exchange, failing which, if this table is no longer there, we find themselves falling over each other. Now, it is no coincidence that the biblical command to love our neighbor is really the beginning of a trauma. It is something which gives us a jolt. It is disruptive. And in other words, we're no longer authorized to resort to our own double, to those who are like ourselves, as a principle of affection that is closed in on itself. So the neighbor, our neighbor, implies that under the image, under the face, under my own reflected image, I know that we have always the impenetrable abysm of the absolute otherness of the other. And I think that it is precisely in the family that you can learn this lesson, that you can understand that those who are closest to you are those who are most difficult to understand. If you don't learn it in the family, it's very difficult to learn this later on in your life. So in elementary relations where intimacy and proximity occur every day, we can start diffusing the mechanism of projection, of the often repeated, of iteration repetition. I'm a mother, and there is always the risk of wanting your child to repeat what you are and to replicate who you are. Families, and in particular Christian families, may and perhaps must be the space, the in-between space, a space of words, of listening, of sharing the world, and of civil friendship. A world which is sober and rational rather than sentimental. Let me say also an ironic space which can introduce the element of play, of game, in understanding others. So beyond the romanticism of the fusion of love, but also going beyond the bureaucracy of formal relations, in the dual overcoming of mystical fusion and aseptic distance of procedures, the discourse on the family must pierce through identitarian passion, so that it becomes a sign of domestic hospitality. Hospitality means first and foremost an experience of opening our doors while figures in the Bible showing hospitality, and they are fascinating, they're interesting because we can understand that the guest is something in between what is mine and what which cannot be closely defined or clearly defined, something which is neither mine nor yours, which cannot be easily placed or defined, which cannot be fixed. Once I fix my guest, once I make it stable, he ceases being a guest. A guest is by definition something on the threshold, something which escapes definitions. Just as a note, when Abraham, this was already mentioned, once Abraham welcomes the three foreign guests, after this welcoming, after this acceptance, he's promised a son, as if biblically an open family is given the possibility of generating descendants. So at a time of disenchantment, at a time of hyperconsumption, which is generated by commercial messages sent to the family, it is especially family ties, hospitality and care, which can truly represent a counterpoint, an alternative, a wonderful opportunity to regenerate affections within a communal space. Let me It was interpreted on the horizon of the human condition, indicating the need to have a mutual understanding at all levels of transformation of the world and of the construction of history, society and work, knowledge and education, economy and politics. As Sequeri states, the vocation of the Christian family is conceived, is thought as a way where we have a deeper interpretation of the tie of three different ways of feeling, which are biblical and secular at the same time, and which could be articulated in the family: eros, philia, and agape. So eros, sexuality; philia, friendship, family friendship, and social friendship; and agape as an undefinable, almost undefinable love for our neighbor, which is almost a synthesis of eros and philia. And this circularity goes against any polarizing rhetoric of love, which has always been either too low, so enjoyment, a fatal seduction, or too high, so sacrifice, oblation, absolute devotion and dedication. So we need to find the right way to reconcile eros, philia, and agape, which means thinking, rethinking a discipline of affections, which could really have a social meaning. So we have daily gestures, silent techniques to organize one's life and space, as we find in a primary tie, outline the landscape of the world. We have spoken of an adjustment. I can perhaps speak of a microcosm of attitudes which can shape the macro physics of affective relations within families. We said today that verbalizing, processing affections, which are the social issue, must occur first and foremost in families. We need to process this, to sublimate, to symbolize affections within families. It must occur first and foremost in families. If it doesn't happen in families, it is very difficult for it to take place at a later stage. These practices give us the fabric of an anti-discipline, the countercultural power of love, to mention Amoris Laetitia. It's a moral resistance style which gives rise to an economy of gift, an ethics of tenacity, which introduce a Brownian motion in reality, where we have affection and acceptance in such a way as to move and dismantle even the best established isolation, but at the same time we have not taught sufficiently about the political dimension of our intimacy. It's been replaced by the laws of marketing, by the laws of the web, and we need to reprocess something which can truly be productive. One last point. It is within elementary relations that it appears to be still possible to have what have been called by Hans Joss experiences of self-transcendence. So care, love, dedication, sorrow, loss, hope, faith, in a psychosocial landscape which is destined to immanence. This does not mean that we want to replace a traditional vertical transcendence with the experience of a totally immanent or horizontal transcendence. Transcendence is fraternity, family ties. This is not what we mean. We don't want to have secularization of transcendence. It is something more radical, the idea that transcendence may become incarnate, may become embedded in our relations and goes through these fundamental relations. It's a transcendence which never coincides with a metaphysical perception, not Platonic, because Plato had a very concrete view of reality, but rather it is something which means embodiment, affectivity, radical understanding of fragility, of the exposure of life. When you are holding the hand of an elderly person suffering from Alzheimer, or you are holding the hand of a small child, you understand what this transcendence is about. So it is only by having elementary alliances which generate the trust that something new can be generated. There is this wonderful chapter in Amoris Laetitia which comments the hymn to love that we find in Corinthians. It is stated, love believes all things, and love also bears all things, bears every trial with a positive attitude. This is greater, a constant readiness to confront any challenge. It is a love that never gives up, even in the darkest hour. So here, in my view, we have the difference between idealization and sublimation, where the former, idealization, is not able to see and accept the reality of the other as such. The person loved is turned into something which it is not. It is a projection of ourselves. In the concreteness, in the harsh realism of the family dimension of love, when this love is truly love is doing good. This is why it's so difficult to speak of love. So when this love truly exists, the other emerges in its otherness. Within this circuit, eros, philia, agape, what was a foreign body tolerated so that we would not be bothered by it, we finally see an individual with his desires and dreams which have gone up in smoke. So to be in a family, to live in a family, to bear difficulties and aggravations together means truly opaque, something that we did not like, becomes something valuable. I love you because of this particular trait. So this is the impolitic and unmissable heart of the gospel truth. Through agape, we can see the real individual completely detached from its position. Love is not love for life in general, but it is always love for that particular name, for that particular body, for that particular presence, for that particular story, for a son. Without being idealized. You do not idealize people you live with in an inalienable dimension of singularity. And this is where we have truly a reversal of values. What was a limit becomes a virtue. What was a deficit is a life opportunity. The family becomes a school of said that we have a fundamental testing ground. Let me quote Amoris Laetitia once again. Relationships between brothers and sisters deepen with the passing of time, and the bond of fraternity that forms in the family between children, if consolidated by an educational atmosphere of openness to others, is a great school of freedom and peace. Sometimes there are conflicts, even hatred, but in the family we learn how to live as one. Perhaps we are not always aware of this, but the family itself introduces fraternity into the world. From the initial experience of fraternity, nourished by affection and education at home, the style of fraternity radiates like a promise upon the whole of society. I'm not saying it's an easy school. You need to be disciplined to become brothers and sisters. Work with conflicts and reconciliation. So it is in brotherhood and sisterhood that you can experience hospitality. That is to say, a tie which transcends the dimension of the ego, which pierces through the entirety of the ego to introduce the individual brother in the dimension of the not everything, so that he or she is reminded that this is the limit that gives you access to the real freedom and desire. This is the good thing of having brothers and sisters. You understand that you're not everything yourself. And this is where you can experience transcendence. Amoris Laetitia states that to love anybody is to expect from him something which can neither be defined nor foreseen. It is in families that you learn to respect the secret of your child, the secret of the other. There is a mutual respect for our respective right to opaqueness. We have the right not to be totally transparent to others. We have the right not to be always understood, and others enjoy the same right too. Gwency was speaking of discretion. This is exactly what I think discretion is, the right to keep our own secrets, not to be totally transparent to others. Hence, this feeling of plurality and difference of life, which family alliances need to preserve and protect, also in the name of that domestic hospitality, which is biblically a name for God.
Grazie, Professor.
Thank you, Professor Guanzini. You invited us to form an alliance with Hannah Arendt, and we have reflected on how dark, that even the darkest hours can bring people to form an alliance, to come together. And there is the risk that public space may disappear, the space existing between them and among them. It was an invitation to leave the comfort zone and to put the space existing between men and women. And then another important point that you raised, to resist the temptation of reducing the other to the self, as Levinas would say, and there is the danger or the temptation to see the other not as a different human being, but to see the other as a projection and an idealization of the self. The temptation to reduce the other person to what I would like to see and have. And then hospitality that becomes transcendence. And the right given to others to be equated to oneself. So Professor Guazzini invites us to risk the temptation of any temptation and to recognize a right to opacity. Now I wait for indications because we have a break now. Until when shall we break? 5 minutes? No? No, not 5 minutes, but until 5 o'clock. So we have 15 minutes break. Thank you.
Ok, allora.
We are ready to start. We have His Excellency Monsignor David Gervasi, and we are honored by his presence. And we are waiting to hear your conclusions. But for now, we will go on with the third presentation of this afternoon session. It will be held by Professor Marcello Neri. He is a professor of ethics and professional ethics at the Higher Institute of Education and Training Sciences at Tognolo, and he is an external member of Law and Pluralism Department at the Faculty of Law of Milan Bicocca. And he will speak on families and social innovation, Amoris Laetitia and Fratelli Tutti. You have the floor, Professor. Thank you for inviting me. It is the last presentation. We are quite tired, so I will try to provide to give you some general points and general images that can guide us and give us some orientation. So I would like to start my presentation with two quotations. We are at the beginning of the 20th century, where Josiah Royce held some conferences that he will then collect in his book, Philosophy of Faithfulness. And I would like to quote from him, "Faithfulness is social. One can only be faithful to a bond that unites oneself and others in a kind of unity. Faithful lovers are not only faithful to each other as separate individuals, but they are faithful to their love, to their union, which is something more than each of them, and even more than both of them consider it as separate individuals." So, faithfulness evokes Amoris Laetitia, and we can read it as one of the most intimate elements of family life. So not only the social dimension, but also a dimension that goes beyond the walls of the home. It builds spaces that can be lived in or crossed. So it is a possible source of a common space that or a common dimension that we have often referred to today. If we go on in time, the previous century is 1960s, 70s, in exile between Harvard and Geneva, Paulo Freire writes his Pedagogy of the Oppressed. At the end of this book, Freire tackles the issues of testimony as an indispensable element, crucial to revolutionary action, seen also as consistency between thoughts and actions. So he describes some aspects of that testimony, and among these we find the courage to love. World represents rather the transformation of this world in the name of an ever-growing liberation of humanity. And this is another theme underlying Amoris Laetitia and Fratelli Tutti. It is considered not only in its social dimension, but also in its capacity to transform. And since we have also mentioned this topic in this seminar, Also the idea by Paulo Freire when he wrote this book, starting from his personal experience, he worked and he got his education in the northeast of Brazil, so finding the way to overcome the reification of people, of oppressed peoples in particular. How can we give the dignity of subject, starting from oneself, so starting from one's own forms of relationship with those to whom his commitment was addressed. Interestingly, in Freire there is the capacity to destroy even minimal relations that exist within the oppressed people. The disjunction or the disruption of a people who doesn't consider itself to be a common communal reality by the power of the rulers. So that this is the objective of rulers. They want to neutralize any possible rebellion, any possible revolutionary action, any possible change or transformation of unjust situations. So these two references that we get from the previous century were evocations to say that that these are the general themes underlying Amoris Laetitia and Fratelli Tutti. So they herald a dimension that goes beyond the walls of one's private home, and they have to do with diffuse social entities. And this is the spirit that animates and permeates not only this day, but also what the Institute John Paul II has been doing. So we, 5 years on, we had also thanks to the added topics given by Fratelli Tutti, and in which we some aspects of Amori Laetitia have been emphasized. So 5 years are quite a lot. However, we must not be disheartened. We need to work harder. I would just like to mention two other aspects and two concerns or problems that have characterized the acceptance of Amoris Laetitia. I think these can be potentially disruptive. So at a level of public opinion, of public communication in the church, Amoris Laetitia was completely absorbed in the polemical discussion about the divorced people getting married again. So we have lost everything that goes beyond those issues. So was understood in this way, a sort of struggle within the church between those who wanted divorced people to get married again, and so there was a divide between reporters and journalists of different orientation. But on the contrary, the scheme was much wider. It tackled far-fetched issues, and Amoris Laetitia, so as we have seen, takes the family outside the walls walls of their home. So it means that all those issues are being debated outside the walls of the church. And so all the presentations that we have heard today refer to this point. So how difficult it has been to communicate these themes and so that they could really reach streets, open spaces, places and squares and the wider public. And this refers to a tendency that we have within the church to be concerned about our own things and lose sight of more important topics. Whereas when we have a more serene look on the problems, of course we cannot and we must not solve and address all our problems before dealing with the faith of the world and of people. We could have a vast horizon. We could. There is a lot that we could do, as has been testified by the papers we've read today. So these are topics that can really be very fruitful for the thoughts inside our community. So I would like to refer to three possible figures that, in my opinion, are extremely prominent when we read Amoris Laetitia in conjunction with Amori Tutti and considering these two poles of faithfulness and love. I just want to mention them to say that there are traces or hints at possible alliances. So I just want to make a list of them, as if we were in school. The theme of the importance that the theme of faithfulness has in Paul by Badiou, to think of the universal dimension that can generate different subjectivities and does not unify everything. And I am also thinking of ethics, of affections in Simon Critchley, and here feelings and affections, despite the possible constraints. So the constraint here, faithfulness plays an important role. And so there are a lot of connections between previous thinkers and current thinkers and philosophers. And a third point that I would like to mention is the Dossetti and his judgment on civilization in 1995 in Milan, the commemoration of Lazzati, when he emphasized the fact that the great change that contemporary society is undergoing is the form of a contract that replaces a covenant of loyalty. So a contract is something private. So an agreement is a contract is an agreement between parties, and so basically in the past 30 years we have been organizing the public space under a private law system, and this is very interesting because it also has an impact on the theme of the common dimension, the communal dimension that we have been discussing today. So a public space that gets organized depending on private law criteria does not only mean that the public space as such is diminished, but it also means draining possibilities for communal space to be organized. So the opportunities, the possibilities for a public space to flourish are going down because basically, we are talking about clubs, about small associations, about tribes. So the place in which one leaves the private sphere and goes public, if the public dimension is losing ground, then it means that the public space will be occupied by identical subjects, homogeneous subjects, and so the communal sphere is suffering because of reasons that we must So we have initiatives that aim at fostering communal schemes, but we have to be very careful because basically we are still in a system where public space is being privatized. So communal spaces are thought as spaces in which we are all identical and not where different people intertwine and pull together their destinies and their lives. So a communal space of different human beings. And to better clarify this perspective, to consider the possibility of announcing possible social solutions, which is the topic of my presentation, I think it is important, as already mentioned by the first paper, I think it is important to consider the relationship between love and law, or the legal precept and the domain of feelings. It is important to do that because, in my opinion, if instead of thinking of these two domains as two completely different things, or law as an element that is a safeguard against instabilities of love, if we consider that there is an alliance between love and law, and each of those two elements perform their tasks, I think there is room for possible interesting solutions also for us and our reflections. So humanity has not experienced this juxtaposition after, at least after the Second World War. And in fact, if we consider the Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which combines two things, so the legal precept with the ethical, effective arrangement. I think we're all familiar with Article 1, which I quote, states that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. So this is a legal prescription, and they are endowed with reason and conscience and must act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. So this combination and ethical or effective arrangement is present in one of the founding pillars on which humanity decide to put at its foundation to overcome the disaster of the Second World War. So this is so starting from the letter of Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we understand that fundamental rights are not a private good, private assets. They are not individual rights as we consider them today. Yes, of course, they concern the people, individuals, subjects, but they are rights that are destined to building brotherhood, fraternity. So they are rights that affect the life of individuals to build a common space, or to build a dimension of fraternity. So I think it is important to shed light on this combination of elements for our goals. And physical philosopher Jean-Marc Ferry dealt with these issues, and this is very interesting. And he started between ethical effective arrangements, so the dimension of brotherhood, of love, and law. So a small deviation here. Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights tells us and poses the challenge rights are destined for brotherhood, but brotherhood is something that goes beyond the boundaries, the confines of law. It is something that cannot be defined by law. This is interesting, and so the Dean will correct me if I'm mistaken, but a couple of years ago in France there was a discussion on the Declaration of Brotherhood as a right or no. Well, so there was a discussion on these points, and I think it was so not only freedom, fraternity, but also freedom and equality, but also fraternity as a fundamental right. The attempt was made to make brotherhood as a fundamental right. Yes, I was not wrong. So if we consider the French Constitution, it's in my opinion, an attempt was made to make brotherhood become a state principle, which is very tricky. And so these two spheres have different different scopes, but we see that they are intertwined. For Ferré, and for the first time in a book written in 2015 on the role of reason and the presence of reason in the European public arena, he started tackling this issue, and then he wrote also a book, How Can We Be a European? He devotes an entire chapter to this theme. So this explains how important this issue is for him. So very briefly, for Ferry, the legal obligation to respect fundamental rights and to uphold them has no conditions. It has no conditions because it is a negative thing, whereas the ethical effective injunction of having relations based on brotherhood is conditioned because it cannot be prescribed, it cannot be imposed. It is conditioned because it is realized and implemented in concrete situations that cannot be generalized, that cannot be made universal, such as is universal and general in itself the whole scheme of law. But Ferry also makes a very interesting remark, and in drawing this distinction, only law can be institutionalized, while the ethical effective precepts, love, does not have this, cannot be institutionalized. And Ferry emphasizes that this is a problem because if law only, so the negative and the general aspects are the cornerstone for the foundation of human institutions, then those institutions, he said, will be cold, distant, detached from daily practices and from the practical experiences everybody has in their lives. And so in this sense, he sees that there is a need for law itself and for institutions to combine the work of institutions, the action of law, with the ethical and with love, and so in a way that will be that I will specify now. One thing that Ferri does and is that Ferri only associates law with justice, while ethical, effective arrangements and love, in his opinion, in his thinking, are identified as having a good life. The problem is that by doing this, he relegates the theme of justice to law and institutions and the institutionalization of law. So, referring to Fratelli Tutti, I think it is possible and necessary, if we want to combine these two dimensions, justice must be present both in law and in ethical effective arrangements. And so I would define in simple words law as the general formal arrangement of justice, and love as an operative accessibility to justice. So the theme of justice should be left open, and I would like to refer to what Don Pierangelo said, justice being transcendent. So love, in this case, would be the practical side, operative side of justice. So if we adopt this approach, we have to refer to this horizon and to the need for practices and choices that can really implement justice. The interesting thing, or do justice to justice. The interesting thing is that the problem with law is not being able to enact and to make perceivable what it formally guarantees. So the law states, for instance, that there are fundamental rights that cannot be touched. However, this does not affect the life of people. It doesn't create in them the sense of dignity, being subjects worth of those rights. And this is exactly what should be done by love. So the task of love is to have individuals perceive that they are worth of having those rights. So not just being the addressees of those rights, but being the subject, the protagonist, and the owner of those rights. So in this horizon, the holder of these rights. So I think that these themes are very interesting, and we can also tackle other aspects, such as the role of institutions and how institutions, the institutions that we have, so not just the church, not the church being the institution that saves everything, but also the institutions of modernity that act as saviors vis-à-vis peoples. The faithful or citizens are seen as subjects. Why? Because during in modern times, institutions have developed as as the guardians, as the controllers of what happens in a chaotic society, and a society that they mistrust. So the institutions have the task of monitoring, of supervising, and basically to make up for the shortcomings of society. And so I think this is the important point. Only if we restore dignity to the social dimension, and if we understand that the social dimension is essential for institutions, of course we need order. We need a legal order of what actually exists in the social dimension. We will not understand the real problem. We should not. There shouldn't be mistrust vis-à-vis the social dimension. Institutions should put order and should put order in in the processes happening in the social dimension and among society. So I'm not saying that vis-à-vis the practices unfolding in society. So these practices are not irrelevant at all for the institutions. They are, on the contrary, they are vital for institutions themselves, and as such, they need to be considered so that institutions may survive and progressively bridge the gap that separates them from the experience, from the life. By way of conclusion, I teach in a small faculty of education science, and I deal with young people working in the society, and looking at the motivations. The motivations that are at the basis of these professions, I can say that there is a wish, a desire, and also the capacity to construct and build a social dimension that is much greater than we can imagine. These people work a lot. They construct, they create a social, they weave a social fabric. And one of the main problems is red tape and the bureaucracy and the institutions that have to do with social welfare. And so we have there is a large number of people who have lost confidence, and there are a lot of problems in how to tackle problems of the migrants, of minorities, of the marginalized sectors of society. There are problems in schools, in neighborhoods. So this is something that cuts across all the institutions with which we have organized our society. So this sense of this lack of confidence in institutions and I think it is very important, this disaffection with institutions. They have not understood that they should be considered vital, and so this disaffection is it is a cause of concern. So the are indeed professions, but these professions must not be seen as a way to delegate the problems. Okay, so you take care of those who are marginalized, of those who cause problems, or of those who cannot interact in an orderly way with the rest of society. So here we see a strong resistance because if the public opinion thinks that they can delegate the worst problems to professional educators, I think this can cause a problem. So if in school a teacher who has two autistic children thinks that she can delegate everything to social workers, well, we have a problem. Because in these professions, social workers are working on the building of new structures beyond the institutions that we have already created. Well, there is a risk of emptying the responsibility of depriving the general public, the public opinion, with responsibility that they should have vis-à-vis those sectors of society. And we should be very careful because this kind of professions are really very important because we should observe them and study them and support them. But at the same time, we run the risk of making them a society of experts, as Illich said. So society that creates skilled professions so that the rest of society can ignore these problems. They don't need to be bothered on the one hand, and they forget all the things that it had learned vis-à-vis certain elements. So I think that these places, these areas of where we can build new structures, new communal areas, well, they must be in charge of, they must be responsible for developing a new way of thinking society. And I think that this is what we can learn from the intersections between Amoris Laetitia and Fratelli Tutti. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie mille.
The aim was that of showing how Amoris Laetitia was intertwined with Fratelli Tutti, and he accomplished this mission by means of a reflection on love and law, or legal arrangements and legal provisions, as you stated, which give rise to contracts being a social, legal instrument. So we have a private contract that we no longer see a faithfulness covenant. So it's important that we once again rediscover the tie between love and law. And we see this in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Where a provision exists whereby all human beings are born equal, and all are bound to live in the spirit of fraternity. And then there was also a comment on institutions. From the legal viewpoint, they focus on the most negative aspects, so the need arises to somehow find sphere. Sorry, as you may have noticed, that I did not have the text before my eyes. Just a second. Yes, that's right. Justice justice is not confined merely to law, but justice is also to be seen in conjunction with love. So love, the way in which justice can work in a sensitive way, and it is love which can help individuals to have self-esteem and to have the full awareness that they are bearers of rights. So love and law are closely intertwined, that they go hand in hand. That's how we can have the possibility to renovate institutions and also have social innovation. Thank you, Professor. At this point, my question is, do we want to have a Q&A? How much time do we have for questions for our discussion? 20 minutes. Professor Guenzi is also connected, so he can answer questions. So let's have a first round of questions. Perhaps we can collect or take 3 questions together.
Grazie. Allora, la mia questione...
Thank you very much. Let me start from the point of education. This society of experts. Professor Stella Mora claimed this morning that the church could be a space to give our training institutes the possibility of working for the third mission, working together in the context of the third mission of education, training institutes or universities. So my question is addressed to all 3 speakers. That particular form of education for the communal dimension, how is it to be structured? Professor Guenzi said the way in which we see care must convince us of the fact that care is not just reserved to specialists, specialized personnel, it is open to all. So how can we all be agents in generating this communal space? More questions? Right, let's... Oh no, there is a question. I did not see you, Professor, excuse me. So thank you. I'm addressing this question to all 3 speakers, and may I congratulate them on the brilliant papers they delivered, which can truly help us understand that there's a tie between family and society. We do not want them to be worlds which are shut off to each other. Let me start by making a provocative comment. It's late, we're all tired, but we know that there is one missing figure from our reflection, that is to say, power. Now, Kamposky very rightly was making a pun, was making a wordplay, stressing the difference between imperative and indicative. We speak of the cure, and we say that it corresponds to human nature, human society. It's an indicative. Neri tells us, well, of course, state fraternity would be terrible. Collectivism, we all know what collectivism is. It's against law and it's against love. So my point is, would it not be opportune and advisable to try and understand who exactly is the entity who can formulate, not impose, but formulate the injunction of care, of fraternity, of loving, of going beyond self-referential attitudes. Now, this is something that can be affirmed in the public sphere only if there is an injunction, only if there is a commandment, if you like. It's a paradox because you know that love cannot be commanded, but it says in the gospel that love is a commandment. So do you think it's worthwhile to better understand this trait, to better explore, to better understand this, or is it something that is best left for later on? So first understanding the nature of man, the nature of love, and then define this issue of the commandment, of the injunction, or else, and that's my view, that's my position, as we speak of love, as we speak of a good life, as we speak of open relations, we can, at the same time, that can formulate this injunction, so how we can all participate in this formulation so that we are not merely victims of a state order. Well, let's have some answers to these first two questions. Does anyone wish to speak first, or shall we follow the same order that we followed for the presentations? So do we start from Professor Guenzi? Can you hear me? I listened to the French translation of the questions, but fine, it's the same. Perhaps we can do this in the opposite order. Let's ask the last speaker to answer first. Well, speaking of the question raised by the Chancellor, what can the Church do with reference to this category of professions? Well, it is a prejudice that the Church suffers from as an entity, and it is a pity, it's a shame, because what is at stake is an empathy, a common feeling, and this is a problem. But essentially, if the Church were able to provide spaces as testing grounds, the ones I have in mind have been left to their own devices. They follow their own path self-handedly. So one initial task for the Church would be to join these initiatives together, creating a network. And this would make the communal space more pervasive. This is an effort that the Church could make, starting from a very clear, very explicit statement declaration saying that the church wants us to support these spaces because it believes that this is where something crucial is being generated for our society. Well, I think it emerged very clearly from what we have said so far. So we did not say it explicitly, but yes, I think it was implicit in what we said. So I will not delay this. We need an entity which is sufficiently authoritative to issue this injunction, because the risk is that we have a glimmer of communal space, which, however, ends up being privatized, so that everything is left to individual initiative, and some beautiful pieces of communal space are being built, but then we go back to what we had before, once these people finish their job. It's something that they feel themselves. They don't understand. They do not have a testimony to the unconditional value of this relationship. Of course, it cannot be commanded. This is the paradox. It's a universal commandment, the same way as a commandment is universal. Otherwise, it's just wishful thinking. And virtue can only be particular if it's commanded. Then we are speaking of state collectivism. Well, this is something that my students very much feel. It's a need that they have. They build something together, and then the cooperative changes, something changes, and it all crumbles down. Tradition, that's the word that came to my mind. I'm sorry, comments not made into the mic cannot be translated. So, it is something that we need to think about now. And as I said, we must have an authoritative entity. And I think that generations would be in agreement with this. They would not rule out the possibility of an authority intervening and taking action. These are two very difficult questions, but also two very practical questions at the same time. Let me start by referring to a category which can encompass both questions. In other words, the position of workers. Let me put this in this way. The Christian discourse is at the beginning of the manifesto which emerged out of the group, and there is a principle of Parisia. In my view, this means realizing that authority of the church is now fragmented, at least in social terms, in the social dimension. So power, the possibility of rebuilding the common, and Stella Mora is quite right, must start from partiality. The fact that any word of power is a word with good intentions, but which starts from the consciousness of one's own partiality, the partiality of one's own condition, because we are in a pluralistic world. So unless we have this awareness, we do not have the right to speak. So we must be aware of this condition of partiality. This is the condition on which we can build the authoritativeness of the church. And I think that we can generate this once we have a real relationship with reality. Once we take students, well, I have taught for 10 years in secondary school, and I taught social sciences. So you speak to the students, you speak to them about the conditions in which the elderly live, and you take them to an old people's home or center for old people, and they truly witness firsthand what this is about. Or, for example, the courses for people wishing to marry. Perhaps we could solve this by having labs, by having the possibility of coming into direct contact with situations of fragility, of weakness, which exist. So I think that this can truly regenerate the possibility of bearing witness, of testifying to these values. Now, speaking of the academy, theological academy, the role of the normative text, the role of the Bible has over time completely been disregarded. The normative text of the Bible means not to take the Bible as if it were a catechism, but to take biblical theology as a fundamental source to rethink the present. So the normative element doesn't come from our word, not from theologians, not from philosophers, but the theological discourse, the philosophical discourse in turn is the answer to a word which we believe in. If we do not believe in the normative nature of this text, we cannot even begin being theologians. So a Christian discourse which still believes that in that text we have certain categories which are to be interpreted, fine, which are to be translated, okay, but which can truly say something to us and which can have a power over us, the power to unite, the power to make us love, the power to make us think. And this is where the real commandment lies. So I don't know whether I've made my meaning clear, but the idea of a real practical biblical theology, which starts from serious exegesis and which starts off from the notion that there cannot be a theology without the Bible. I'm not saying I want to be a fundamentalist, that I want to take the Bible literally, but in Rome we have so many institutions, and this is a plea, this is a message I would like to say, that for theology it is essential to go back to the Bible. So, Professor Guenci, well, briefly, thank you very much for these two very provocative questions. First, Professor Bourdain. What I can say is that there are education approaches which go right to the heart of certain problems, and they therefore act as labs, together with what Professor Francini and Professor Neri were also describing. So these are all important elements. There are some major indications, and in my report, in my paper, I did try to explain how care is something which cuts across the text of Amoris Laetitia. In a virtuous relationship, what the family does or could do becomes showing what the family is. So generations are totally original, but they also generate social behaviors. So in order to do this, we need to have specific professional skills, which make it possible to have a constructive dialogue, to heal wounded relationships, to provide care in terms of raising and educating children, and to mend fences. However, the challenge is to train pastoral workers so that they can be placed in the position to provide care to families, not just provide a course to young couples who wish to get married, but accompanying families throughout their life. And I think that the pastoral workers can have a role here. They do not merely train young people to marriage, but they accompany these young people. They become what the French call passeurs, so they hand over life, but then life is actually experienced by these couples, by the marital couple. Indicative and imperative. Indeed, this was a cross for the very awareness of theology, especially in its construction after the Second Vatican Council. Also, bearing in mind some reserves which came from philosophical thinking. So the specificity of biblical commandments certainly raise the awareness of a response is necessary. But this response is not something that you give to someone, in this case God. So it is not necessarily an injunction, a commandment which must be obeyed, but the commandment is given so that you may live. So in this respect, the commandment brings together an injunction tie between love, power and justice. And what came to my mind was what Tortilli had to say about this, because he brings together the three elements, showing that there is a profound tie between justice and power and love. And this is, I think, a very promising avenue. We could better explore it, but I do understand that I could have said more. Certainly, speaking of the commandment, there is a crucial, important point, how the commandment the people is asked to reprocess its experience so that it may enter a condition of freedom. And in the prophets, there is the invitation to be faithful to the law, but always starting from highly contextualized situations which truly affect that particular people, that particular monarchy, that particular regulation of social relations. So there is contextualization, the possibility of rereading your history and understanding the need to respond to an injunction in order to protect the good that is present in this history, maintaining, therefore, the condition of freedom. Very good. Professor, did you want to speak? Okay, let's give the floor to His Excellency Professor Dario Gervasi, Bishop Delegate for Family Pastoral Care of the Diocese of Rome. So thank you very much for this one.
Thank you for this very interesting engaged in the pastoral dimension. I've been delegated by the Diocese of Rome for family pastoral. And while I was listening to you, I wanted to say something. We have just recently found a group of families that go to the various parishes for the World Meeting of Families that will be held in June, end of June, to explain the path that we have envisaged and the discussions that we would like to have. And behind all this, there is, of course, the problems of families, the crisis of families, and I think that we have been dealing with several with the same issues. Who has the power to and I would like to make an example that is very simple, and it was an example made by the wife of Gigi De Paolo, who is in charge of training these couples, thinking of how difficult family life is. There is a very simple example that she made. So those who motivate towards marriage, towards faithfulness and so on, because today's young people find it very hard to marry. If we follow an intuition by Pope Francis, if we say what are the key ingredients of families from a moral, legal point of view, what is faithfulness, what is a law, so it is as if we listed all the ingredients that we need to make bread. So if it's yeast, flour, butter, I'm not an expert, we could talk about these ingredients. We can speak about the legal content of family, the legal rules, but if nobody would be motivated to marry if we make this list. I need to not to list ingredients, but to bring a loaf of bread and say, taste it. Do you like the smell of fresh bread? So if I can have people smell bread and how good it is easier for people to marry. So with drawing a similar comparison with marriages. So I think that there is something that we as Church we could do, is to have people rediscover the nice smell, the fragrance of family life. Because if they can smell the fragrance of marriage, young people will get married more easily. There is an entire world inside in families that have positive experiences. So we do have a huge problem. What is the power? What is the norm? So who should encourage families? Who should encourage caregiving? I think that the Church could do a lot. The Church could talk about the fragrance of family life, and the seminar that you have held has been extremely interesting. I have read some of your papers. So going beyond the limits of one's home, I think this is a very topical theme. And the young people with whom I organized this pre-marital course, I said, this is our slogan. The door of our house is our home is never shut. It is open it opens its doors. It is open to welcome people. And so in the run-up to the World Meeting of Families, this is our commitment. And this meeting will take place in the anniversary of Amoris Laetitia. So in Rome, we want to recreate a space for families. So we want to make Rome a place where families can walk together, can find a helping hand, because if you walk together, if you proceed along the same path, you must have a space. In that case, a city where there are positive connections between families, and this is why we have organized a series of meetings that will make it possible to proceed along a common path with families, and I hope that we will be successful in that. But I've noticed that if you propose if you organize these common paths to families, there is wide acceptance because families want to share their life, their experiences. So the older families want to share their experiences with younger families, and so this is a very positive experience. So when we launched this initiative in parishes, we found discussion. I think this is extremely important, to have a communion of families. So I would like to thank you very much, because today's theme was really very interesting. I thank you for all your commitment, all your efforts for the good of family life. It is a very important treasure, so I wish you good work, and thank you very much. For your kind words, and I think I can thank you all. Thank you all for your presence. Your Excellency, can you guide us in a final?
Amen. Ti ringraziamo, Padre, perché hai voluto che vivessimo non da soli, ma nella famiglia umana, nella famiglia del genere umano. Ti ringraziamo per tutti coloro che amano la famiglia, che cercano di accogliere.
We thank you for all those who love the family and who try to care for it. We want and we want to pray for our families. And Monsignor is praying, Holy Father. Holy Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And do not abandon us in temptation, but deliver us from evil. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.